Think we should be up and ready to go. I'm going to take a quick second here just to make sure that all the settings are right on Twitch before I jump in. And I know because I have been playing, oh, hello, sorry, I'm really curious about something. Okay, cool. One thing I want to do just before I start up the game in earnest is I've been doing some Wolfenstein lately. One thing, I hate saying during cast, by the way. One of the things I am looking to try and one of the things I'm trying to do is deal with the fact that I'm playing an 18 plus game for the next little while. And that's going to be happening on Fridays. Wednesdays, obviously, dedicated to brace yourself for the foreseeable future. But because Twitch doesn't automatically tag for mature content, excuse me, I'm also going to switch to low latency, so hopefully this doesn't cause too many problems for people. But yeah, I want to make sure that I'm tagging things correctly, and sometimes this means that I need a little while to get started, but we are ready to go. It looks like I've got my quality options, which is rather important for me. And we are ready to properly start Phantom Brigade. So I'll have a little bit of a song and dance for the start, mostly just along the lines of potentially heading off any worries that might happen midstream, but we'll get into the game. I want to see some of my task manager settings before I sort of get too worried. How you doing, Cool Facts? Great to see you as always. The game's just loading now. So actually, it may be that what I'm experiencing right now is caused by what's going on. So I've been working on some data projects which have kind of turned into a little bit of a white elephant. I had a problem with my virtual machine, so I migrated that over to PC, and I'm actually getting ready to sort of record a video. Okay, actually, if you happen... What's the right way for me to put this? If your boss is named Ryan, you happen to be seeing this video, and you happen to see a video from me sometime in the future, this is the video I'm talking about. I've tried to do it on multiple times, and I cannot believe the number of interruptions that I've been running into to getting this ready to go. So we can all laugh about it later on the odd chance that you happen to be watching this video and watch the later one that comes up. Anyways, early access. Welcome to the Brigade. We're excited for you to experience Phantom Brigade and to have your help in shaping its development during its early access period. During this course of development, I'm not going to finish this on time. Some aspects of the game might feel rough, sparse, or buggy. Every month we'll release a major update, which will include bug fixes, new features, quality of life improvements for players. Too late. Seizure Warning. A very small percentage of people may experience a seizure when exposed to certain visual images, including flashing lights or visual patterns. These seizures may have a variety of symptoms, including lightheadedness, altered vision, eye or face twitching, jerking, or shaking of arms or legs, disorientation, confusion, or momentary loss of awareness. Immediately stop playing and consult a doctor if you experience any of these symptoms. If you or any of your relatives have a history of seizures or epilepsy, it is recommended that you consult a doctor before playing. Powered by Wise, and here we are. So what I was going to say before, long story short, and actually, so if any of you are familiar with the Anaconda distribution, you may be able to help me out here. But I have the private projects that I do, which I really like, and sometimes it involves me learning some things, but often they tend to be applications of things that I already know, and I just kind of try and apply them to unusual circumstances. But one of the things that I've been doing as an exercise for myself is I've been going through some of my old textbooks and quite literally doing all the exercises. The reasoning being that if I am such a hotshot like I think I am, ideally these should not be very difficult for me. I should understand whether or not I've gone the wrong way. And what it does instead is it becomes an exercise in me learning some of the other tools for the job. When I was in school, I would use a program called Stata. It's a very good program, but it's one that has a fairly high cost. So I've been trying to just make sure that I have access to tools that can do a level of analysis that I'm familiar with that don't carry those costs. And so this has been one of the ways that I've been sort of brushing up on not just my Python skills, but brushing up specifically on my data analysis skills inside of Python. I don't care for R that much. If you're an R fan, I'm sorry. I really tried. I actually have a couple of videos of me doing a thing in R, and I find the headaches for it are greater than they need to be. But long story short, I was doing I'm onto some panel methods here, which I know reasonably well, but I don't know the packages for, or I guess they're modules, if it's Python, for panel methods as well as I would know them in a program like Stata. And Stata makes it actually quite easy to work with this kind of data. If you've done a stats course and you've heard of longitudinal data, same thing. Basically, information where you have repeated observations of the same thing over time. And one thing that you can do, for instance, you could take something like a difference between the periods, and what that does is that removes the unique characteristics. So one reason why this might be very interesting is if you could get a panel. So the ideal, of course, would be a randomly selected panel of, say, game developers, and you wanted to study certain characteristics about game companies. One huge problem that you have is that there are going to be individual characteristics for a game company that are very hard to quantify. But they're going to be very important to the kinds of things that you would be interested in studying. And so if you have a panel, one thing that you can do is you can say, okay, these unique characteristics that are true for they're not time varying, they are true for this developer period. You know, you're Brace Yourself Games and you just make awesome games automatically because it's so easy to do, right? If you are able to do that, it will give you a level of credibility for your analysis that if you were to have pooled cross-sections, so, if you just took random developers at different points of time, then all of a sudden you're going to have to wonder about those unobserved characteristics, and you can wind up with some problems in terms of your estimates. So anyways, I got a module for that, and I tried to update it in my computer. This is a super long story. I'll tie it up, but it gives me a chance to kind of get things ready to go, gives people a chance to stop by, and then we can jump into the game. So I got the linear models package for Python. It seemed to be fine, but it seemed to be that there was a dependency issue. It was complaining about, I think it was my NumPy version wasn't right. Hey, The Exception, thank you very much for 40 months of subscriptions. Actually, I guess there's an option to list whether or not you've been subscribing for that long. I don't know if you chose that, but assuming that I didn't just out you for being a super nerd for this cast, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So, but yeah, the long story short is I went to just try and do an update. I did something that I don't normally do with Anaconda, which is just to say update everything, but I use the navigator, and what that seemed to do was break the navigator for me. It's actually the first problem I've had with Anaconda, because I don't normally use it in Windows. And for the last couple of days, it's continued support from people like you that allows me to keep doing it, The Exception. So it's mutual admiration, let's say. But yeah, anyways, to wrap up the story, basically for the past 2 days, I've been running this update everything based on a Stack Exchange answer. And I know that Anaconda takes a while to update. I did not appreciate it would be multiple days worth of updating. And I'm now at this point of like, do I just take the L, cancel it, and just find another way of getting my navigator working again? Or do I say, it's got to stop at some point, right? And put it through, because I really don't want to have to turn around and find out that it needs to resolve all these environments again. So I'm trying to let it run in the background. This was my incredibly long way of trying to explain that if you notice things like visual glitching or whatever on the stream, please let me know. I am willing to spike it. Yeah, days. Because one of the things that Conda does is it tries to identify sort of conflicting dependencies in a way that pip for Python doesn't. And for whatever reason, it is taking an incredibly long time. And it has taken a long time before. it's never taken this long before. So I don't know if this is a Windows thing or if I've done something else wrong. But anyways, yeah, one way or the other, I'm really trying to preserve this thing because I am so close to like just having, like, what I want to do is I just want to get this project sent to the people who, you know, gave me the data in the first place. They've given me updated data. And I want to get, I essentially want to get the conversation going. I think the accuracy will probably be a bit less than what I think everybody's hoping for, but it's possible that people with maybe a better understanding or maybe some domain knowledge will be able to say, oh, but did you try X, Y, or Z? And like, this is the big thing. Like, it's sometimes scary to present ideas because you're worried about, well, what if I got it wrong? Or like, what if somebody smarter than me, you know, makes a comment? It's like, well, you hope that somebody smarter than you is making a comment because, you know, that you're not going to get better, right? It's embarrassing sometimes if you haven't thought about something, but the thing that determines whether or not you're coming prepared is you, right? If you've done your best, the worst thing you can do is pretend that you know something that you don't, because you're never going to grow that way. So anyways, I am potentially taking resources away from the stream for this. Please let me know if you see any visual glitching. Obviously, we've got some bodies inside here, so I appreciate you all hearing this this long and rambling story. I'm gonna guess there's no Anaconda users here, but if you happen to know how to make those updates run faster, you will save me a lot of frustration. I'm also avoiding using stuff like Google Colab or Collaboratory, because again, it's people's private data, and I'm trying to like. One of the reasons I needed to redo so much work was because I didn't do backups, and it's because I do not want any circumstance under which people's sensitive data gets like if it gets compromised, I don't want to be the reason for it, and that means taking some rather ridiculous steps. But I am babbling on. This is not related to Phantom Brigade, so let's talk about the game. First of all, have you considered turning it off and turning it on again? Here, Charlie, that is... sorry, I don't know if I said hello, but you got a bit of an example as to how it's going. That is actually the one thing that will screw me, is turning it off and turning it on again. I don't want to have to do a couple days of waiting again. Again, I can try reinstalling everything, but if I'm doing something that I intend to do production for, like, all of this is intended to sort of build some infrastructure so that the next time, hopefully the same people say, hey, we got a data question for you, I'll have a turnaround of like a day, not a turnaround of like months. It's okay to take the time to build the framework and see where it's all going, but like I'm part of this, the thing I get out of this is like I do this stuff for free because I find it interesting, but it's also so that I can get better at answering questions in a meaningful time frame for people. Because obviously if you can do that for people, it means that they're able to get the benefits of the insights. You know, we kind of all benefit from something like that. But anyways, let's talk about Phantom Brigade. First of all, Brace Yourself has very kindly given me a key for promotional purposes. It has, of course, been a while. We're on, I believe, 7 updates worth. It doesn't number them here, but I bet you the Epic launcher will tell me what update it is. By the way, please don't take my complaining about Anaconda as a statement against. I love Python. I think the Anaconda distribution is a very good one, especially if you want to do data work. So there's always room for improvement. Sorry, it is the 8th update. But it is definitely my go-to choice. If I have to use software that I don't pay for, it's my go-to choice. The stuff I'm familiar with in terms of paid software, definitely Stata. I also know SAS now, which I actually think is a highly underrated statistical language. And then I have used MATLAB for some stuff, but MATLAB's the hardest one for me to justify. It's super fast, but I'm trying to see why I would pay for that instead of just using something like NumPy. Anyways, as with everything, it's been 8 updates. I am a huge fan of this game. I'm starting a new campaign again from the new update. But as is always the case, playing a game is kind of an implicit endorsement. My goodness, Olaf, how you doing? Ew, it's this nerd. Feels like forever since I caught a stream. Hope all is good, dude. It's even better now that you're here, Olaf. Thank you very much for crossing the... I don't know if I marked your 1 year anniversary with the stream, because I know it's been a while, but I really appreciate it. I'm glad you haven't forgotten about me. Not that there would ever be a... Sorry, I just need a second. Sorry, I got a book today. Sorry, there's so many threads that I haven't closed off. I'll talk about this book later on in the cast, but I really want to get some of the. I really do want to get like the game underway. But as always, I'm a very big fan of Phantom Brigade. We do live in a time where, there are people who get paid, and there are definitely conflicting interests in terms of putting this stuff forward. As always, it's important to disclose them. I'm pretty much a super fan for Brace Yourself, and I hope that never changes. I really love interacting with the community, and for those of you that haven't, I highly recommend checking out their Discord server. I'm actually going to take a second and bring that up in the chat. They are a really outstanding company, and I think particularly now when we are dealing with obviously there was the strike at Activision Blizzard. I definitely feel like it is a time where you can. I feel like, and again, I really don't. Nobody needs to hear my take on the Activision Blizzard stuff, right? So let's just be careful. But I do think there's one really important thing that I do think needs to be said. Everything that I've seen about Brace Yourself so far seems to be a company that cares quite a bit, both about its players and about the people that work there. And there's little touches, like if you go to the Brace Yourself website, the people who work there are randomly arranged, right? It's not just like the founder that's sitting at the top, glowering down at the underlings. If you get a chance to take a look at the personalities there. We of course live at a time where you can never know. Like everybody seems super nice until the day that you wake up and find out that they're not, right? This is why I say I hope I never change that opinion. I hope I've never given cause to change that opinion. But it has been an absolute delight to interact with Brace Yourself games, and it's really tough when you run into stuff like Activision Blizzard. I think some of you know that I have not been playing any of the games. I don't have the Battle.net launcher on my computer, and that's been true for a very long time. It's actually past the time that I said that I would consider putting it back on. And the thing is that I don't know how the workers at Activision Blizzard feel about boycotting the games, because I think what they want is to be able to come to work to a place where they make games that people want to play, where they're proud of their work, and where they're actually able to do the work and not have to deal with all of that sort of stuff. And so the reason why I'm roping this stuff inside here is that I can't really say what the appropriate reaction to the Activision Blizzard stuff is, other than the fact that obviously I have nothing but love and support for the people there, both those affected by it, the people who are standing to get that kind of, to get those conditions in their workplace, because there are many other examples of Activision Blizzard not doing their job for their workers. But what I do think is important is to take the positive view on it, which is to support the stuff that you think is being done correctly. And in this case here, I think Brace Yourself Games is a really wonderful example of a company that has been able to be successful, that has been able to grow, and, again, my individual interactions with them have been nothing but positive and wonderful. And that's one of the reasons why I, wanted to take the second to talk a little bit about them and take a minute here and put out the Discord in that. I can't necessarily make the negative case against Activision Blizzard, and I think that has already been done by some news outlets. And again, everybody's going to have to decide what they do with that news. What I can tell you, though, is to support the things that you think are worth it. And yeah, that's, I guess how I would want to put it. Although, again, I do apologize for putting it in, because when I don't talk about stuff, it doesn't necessarily mean that I don't have an opinion. But I know that there is a very strong tendency there's a very strong premium on social media for having your take. And I'm not really sure that that's... The world doesn't need my take on this stuff right now. But it's something that happened today. So I figured it's probably worth... I brought it up, right? So we'll deal with that there. And yeah, and I'm not confused about... This is the thing, right? I tend to get the impression that people either think I don't think through this stuff or that I'm really confused about very basic things. And I get why people do it. I think the thing that's important there is that I don't know if that is in line with what the people they're trying to help want. And that is one of the reasons why I am careful in, like, I really try not to do just the knee-jerk responses. Like, I have opinions. You guys can go to my blog if you want to read my opinions. But, you know, that's one of the reasons why, you know, my own decision not to play Blizzard stuff had its thing. And again, I'm not going to go into that right now. But, like, there was a very specific chain of reasoning for me, which I didn't necessarily feel had anything to do with what the workers were asking for, because it wasn't necessarily about the workers at that point. It was about a very specific set of decisions that I could tie specifically to sort of the structure of the company and its priorities. So it was one that I could sort of justify in my own mind here. I just mostly wanted to say that, you know, I didn't want to immediately jump on the idea of a boycott simply because I don't actually know if that's what the people want, and of course if the intention were to help the people, I obviously, first thing I want to do is I want to hear what the workers have, because I think one lesson we've learned out of these news articles is that they haven't been listened to by management or by other people. But again, I really wanted to. I don't mean to praise. I don't mean to praise Brace Yourself and Phantom Brigade by burying a larger publisher. But it is my effort here to just sort of say, despite the fact that I've been given keys from them, despite a number of other things here, I do think it is a great attitude to have to support the things that you value. And with that in mind, that was really the only reason why I mentioned that stuff. And Crack Steve, good to see you as well. So, I'm over 10 minutes. Oh my goodness, we're 22 minutes in and I haven't started playing the game. Let's continue on. So our big goal today was to try and get some new mechs. So we're building a new mech. It's going to take us 4.5 minutes. A patrol squad's on its way. So whether or not we're going to be able to get it in time is another question. It does look like they might be heading towards us. Let's do it. Attack. A hostile squad has target locked the base and combat is imminent. Your driver tells you that if you're not prepared to face the enemy, you may be able to execute an emergency retreat. Otherwise, your pilots will need to fight. We'll suit up. I will rant, but I will rant about my strategy inside of it. Although I was going to mention... my book. Because I finally got it, and it occurred to me, I might have even been during Phantom Brigade, but I was talking about why I like libraries and why I like reading. Oh, and we have this music playing up. No full bazooka team. We actually only have 2 mechs right now, and I've been loading out with the parts that I could find. One thing I will say about the Caches to Ashes update, we're also doing. I really do want to get back to my my Blueberry. I think it was Blueberry. Look, I really do like the sort of the pink and blue. I actually had my Anthem Lance, I think it was called, had looked a lot like my old, like my old Lance actually. But I'm also trying to put some variety in terms of the looks. So one thing I'll say for the new update, speaking of full bazooka team, Night Valian, you'll get your wish in terms of the enemy. We also don't have any dodges, so this is going to get a little scary. But what's a little unclear to me is whether or not this was just... Wait a minute. There's... Yeah, 2 contacts on the field. My rants are quite enjoyable. Well, thank you, cool facts. It's a tricky one because I am conscious of the fact that some people want to see the game, and I know particularly on YouTube, although YouTube at least you have the scrubber, You know, some people are trying to decide whether or not the game is for them, and so I'm trying to find that balance of making sure that I'm doing something for the people who like watching my stuff, and but also not just turning it into like a podcast with occasional gameplay. Obviously, there's just chatting for that. But what I wanted to say about the Caches to Ashes update is that it's very likely a lot of the looting worked the way... Like, I suspect the looting hasn't changed very much in the game, and yet my reaction to it right now is very different, and I think that's purely a function of their changes to the UI, which, again, big kudos to them for doing that, because I feel like I'm playing the game in a slightly more sensible way. But let's talk a little bit about what's going on. So, as always, I do really like explaining the games, and I don't know if I've gotten worse at this or people are just a little more familiar with the games over time. But one thing that I have heard in the past is that people have been able to get into games that they would otherwise find too difficult. And I don't mean to suggest that Phantom Brigade is a difficult game. I think it has a good tutorial, and I think I found it fairly intuitive, at least. There's maybe a couple things that I missed, and I'm sure there's new things that I'll discover as I go along. But if you do have any questions about how the game works or what's going on, I love answering them, and I will happily take the time to answer. So I'll try and do my best to explain why I'm approaching certain things. But with that in mind, if I'm failing to sort of self-identify those factors, please ask, and I'll happily answer whatever is unclear. So what we're going to be working on right now, I've got one challenge in that there's a missile launcher. I'm clearly not going to be able to take this thing out on its own. Oh yeah, I should say eliminate all hostiles before reinforcements arrive. So if we do this right, if we can do this within 5 turns and stay reasonably close to the exit, we might be able to get away in time. And definitely the way looting works now, I think there's more of an incentive. Well, I mean, taking out more mechs will allow me to like take more of the loot. But I think in general, probably the ratio of like good loot to my capacity will probably be better if I run away. So ideally, we can take these guys out quickly and get to the evac point quickly. That's going to be the really tricky part in all of this. So one thing I'll probably do just for, I don't know, a laugh. I'm going to set up this way. Now, I'm doing this partially because the autocannon, if you kind of take a look at the range on the screen here, I might take some damage, but it's not critical. Like it's gonna be at a far range, and more importantly, if you look at the direction that the tank's coming after me, right? I'm moving sort of perpendicular to it. And so as a result, I would expect there to be sort of the smallest amount of impact from this autocannon. Once I start getting into close range, once I start moving forward to them, I would expect more damage coming out of that. But right now, I think this is a fairly safe move to make. And in the meantime, I'm going to look for sort of an ideal shooting spot. There really isn't one. So as a secondary... Okay, so we shoot through a mountain if we do that. I'm not convinced that's a good one either. So we're going to focus our attention on the tank. And again, none of these are necessarily ideal shots. So again, for the same reason, like the tank doesn't have a lot to fear from me here. I just know that the assault rifle winds up being a little bit easier. Now, basically, the thing about the missile launcher here is it's got the slug, so launches missiles across long distances, effective at managing engaging groups of targets and units behind cover. Typically guided, so it's got a range of 100. It does 134 damage in a full volley, which... Again, the Lance is going to be able to take it. It's pretty heavily built. But I'd like to avoid that damage if I can. The thing is that the Lance also moves very slowly. So in this case, I think my best option here is just to move forward. Acknowledge that I'm probably going to wind up in a situation where there's, I take some damage. I forgot how insanely long the fire rate on this thing is. And essentially, the plan here is just to kind of close the distance so that we can start roughing this, this mech up. Either I'm going to be banging into the tank and putting my shield up, or we're going to be able to get in this thing's face and try and reduce the number of missiles. So get ready for fancy music. Interesting. So that didn't seem to have any impact. That's actually really good to know. So apparently if I keep moving with the slug, at least it's not gonna be enough. Next up is a cluster. Now that's probably gonna be a little bit more. That's probably gonna be a little more frightening. So what I'm gonna do here, I want to make sure that I'm constantly in motion. But what I'd like to do is just find the opportunities to damage this unit. Okay. So you can kind of see how this pattern works, right? You've got the cluster missile that's going to be coming after us, and I'm going to just try to move in a weird pattern. So these missiles are going to launch at me around here. I'm going to be moving like this, and then assuming that they're still coming after me, it's going to be a big circle where I'm trying to hit them. Now, as far as the lance is concerned, I'd like the best outcome for me is if I'm able to sort of target both, so that way I get my choice. The easiest thing I can do right now, because we are in sort of a danger zone with the tank, is to throw up the shield. So we defend, and then the question is, where do I want to put my shotgun? And I think we're gonna take out the tank just to be on the safe side. And I'm just planting myself here because, again, I've got a good shot on both of the potential threats to the brigade. Okay, so that thing's crashing. So it's not going to do anything this turn. It may wind up surrendering. This means that the lance is now going to start focusing on. Is going to start focusing on the missile launcher. We probably don't have the heat to pull this off. Oh, I bet we overheat a little bit at the end, but I think I'm actually willing to. I think I'm willing to take on that damage. So it looks like we've done a fairly good job of evading the fallout. I think what I'm going to do here, just sort of in prep for the evac. So I'm going to set this up so that at the end of the turn I'm finishing the shot. The one thing I don't want to do is hit my own guy in the back, right? So, or it's not a guy, it's actually a milady. So this is a little close, but not horrifyingly so. And again, I don't mean to suggest that I'm packing it in right now. Huh, okay. I'm trying to prep for. This is about as close as I'm going to get to an optimal shot. I'm just trying to prep for a situation where we might want to get out of the zone a little bit earlier. And again, just keeping in constant motion. It looks like there's going to be 2 batches of cluster missiles that come after me. I'm going to be sort of following the same vector, I suspect. But it does. I guess we can change it up depending on how things go. I don't also have a lot of cover in here. Really, it's the hills. So even just running to this area might help out as far as just having something to do. So let's slow it down because this is a really great track. And I don't know. I just want to see. I want to see the poetry in motion. Yeah, so that thing's gone. This would have been a good one for the assault rifle. I just didn't have the heat. Okay, good. His primary's down. We probably won't be able to knock out the left-hand side, but we can almost certainly make them crash next turn. Remember what I said about maybe not being able to take both arms? Okay. Captain Overkill over here. So clearly at this point, we need to get out of here. Rebel units eliminated troops in the field, requiring tactical relocation for better approach vector. Okay, so let's just... So hostiles replanning, eliminating all hostile units on the field caused enemy units to reconsider their plans. Reinforcements will not deploy for a few more turns. Use this time to extract. So extraction possible. Move your units to the highlighted location to gain a victory, or stay and eliminate hostiles for bigger rewards. And current objective, retreat before the enemy can respond with reinforcements. Making a strike like this and escaping would be a victory. So I guess it does sort of say that you get more if you stick around. I'm actually going to see... I want to see whether or not we have like a noticeable difference when it comes to the rewards. We may not even be able to do it in 3 turns, so I just want to see if I can. That's not good. Oh, I get it, because I haven't locked in the... Yeah, that's a lie that it says it doesn't have orders. Okay, good. I was gonna wonder how that worked, right? Because obviously the new units would be arriving this turn, and it might have snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. But in this case, it looks like we're okay. Also, it's probably a little more consistent with the Phantom Brigade to when the enemies kind of caught you out of position. Like, this is obviously a patrol that was coming after us, right? So I guess it's a little more consistent to just destroy the scouting units before the main force comes in. Like, we are supposed to be an insurgency, right? So, okay, so if I try and take everything, we're 120 over. So I need to get rid of 20 now, because all of this stuff is damaged. This is again my overkill coming into play. All of these things cost 20. So essentially, what I need to do is I need to get rid of one of the parts. So these are all gray arrow parts. The one thing I would say, so I've got two. Actually, I was thinking a little bit about this screen between streams. I'm trying to find out whether or not it would be good to see what I currently have on my mechs or just what I currently have in inventory. Because clearly if I had, let's say, I don't know, like 4 medium arrow arms, I wouldn't really see much of a need to bring in another one. I think for the sake of the argument, I'll get rid of the legs. But I'm definitely at the point where I want to try and get some more parts. So we're just going to take all of the scrap and rebuild it. Okay, so we've got some unit repairs going on here. We've got a unit being built. And I'm actually going to take a second here and go into my inventory. So right items. Left. So everything's basically level 2 now, it looks like. Okay, I definitely want to mess around with this because we're going to need the parts for... we're going to need the parts in order to be able to build another unit. But the fact of the matter is we've got 3 right now, so we're going to have to cut pretty deep in order to be able to, you know, to pull off what we're really looking to do. So let's just give it some time. In fact, I was going to sort of pause and wait for the unit build. In this case here, I think let's pursue some more objectives, because all that's going to mean is that we get more and more gear, right? We've got 2 people who can handle the threats we're up against right now. A lot of this is just about being able to get to a point where we can build some additional units. And so in the worst case scenario, we just wind up with better gear, which means that we can start scrapping stuff that we don't think is an improvement. So again, we'll suit up. Now we do have some no gear, so I'm going to take a quick second here and take a look at the Lance and the Sleipnir. Now the Sleipnir's kind of been getting the priority for new parts, and that's just because I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. The Lance has a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card. So the Lance has a big, beautiful shield, and if I make a bad decision with it, most of the time I can handle the situations they find themselves in by putting down that shield. If the Sleipnir gets caught out, there's not a lot I can do about that. And so on the margins, if I have to pick one unit to get, let's say, some more durability, I'm generally going to put that on the Sleipnir because it's sort of my playmaker. It's the one that'll be zipping in and out and shooting things. I'm sort of working at cross purposes because I do have a fairly long-range weapon on it. And so in principle, this is a mech that maybe wouldn't, under normal circumstances, have to take a lot of fire. On the other hand, you can also consider the fact that there are missiles in the game now, which are specifically designed to be able to zap those squishy units that are hiding behind cover. So it's a trade-off. In any case, the most natural upgrade would probably be the arrow upper. So I'd be going from 390 integrity to a combination of 221 plus a barrier. Would also give me a thruster. So I suppose, like, here I'm looking at about 50 survivability that I'm losing. On the other hand, I'm gaining quite a bit in terms of heat dissipation and the ability to sort of zip around. So first thing I'm going to do is take a look and see what happens to my speed when I switch this out. Just remembering that I've got a Nox upper right now. It doesn't have any thruster. It's a very standard unit, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with standard. But I want to see if maybe I can sort of aspire to a little bit more. So we'll give it an arrow body. And we lose 4 speed. Right now, because the Lance is slow, that's not the end of the world, but let's see if we can make things a little bit better. So we have a core charge, we can switch it around. Okay, so I'm exchanging the heat capacity. So if we were to bring this back to a standard, we go back to 15, so there's a little bit of a loss in terms of speed, but it's not as severe. So if we go back to comparing that with the Nox that we gave up, oh, that's a Nox heavy, never mind. Where's the Nox? Okay, so we still have better heat dissipation. The Nox upper has a little bit better... By the way, I never realized that the Nox and the arrow had the same look. Yeah, I'm okay with it. It's more of an incremental fix, but I think I can live with this choice. Okay, same story with the legs. So with heavy legs, I can be more protected, but that's really all it gets me. Yeah, there's no real standout options here. There's the lighter legs, which are better en masse, but again, they wind up giving up a bit in terms of heat dissipation. So we got a big beefy arm, but again, it's a little heavy, and we've already given up some speed, so it's not quite the obvious upgrade that you'd see. This, on the other hand, okay, so I give up about 50 units of integrity. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave all that. Okay, so right now we're looking at a blast handgun. We can get a rare, so smaller optimal interval. Yeah, seems to me like this handgun is the better one, and I don't know why I didn't equip it in the first place. I don't think I'm quite ready to put a launcher on this thing yet, but I do have the option. And then we do have a pretty good rocket launcher here, but again, maybe not for the Sleipnir. I completely forgot we got the Starburst as well. Okay, so we're going to have some fun with some of my extra mechs, it looks like. Yeah, the question here would really be whether or not there's a better rifle. I don't think there is. I think the Astra's been serving me pretty well. So that's it for the Sleipnir. We'll do the same story with the Lance now. So the first question would be, I don't think it did. We're on a... Oh, it knocks upper light. Why did I pick that? I wonder. Probably because of its good dissipation. So we're at 1139 for the speed on this thing here. Let's take a look for anything where we've got new parts. So again, this Nox arm's not bad. The question is it worth giving up some more speed for these gains? If I want to switch to a sidearm, I could get the cluster launcher. I just think the shield is the thing that I'm really selling this unit on right now. And of course, we could go from a shotgun to the snail, but again, it sort of invites the question: do I really think the missile, the one that essentially we outran, like we didn't have any thrusters and we were still able to deal with, is that really going to be giving me what I need? On the other hand, the one thing I do want to think about is this auto, because this 2.5 second interval feels like an eternity. Well, looks like the other ones are even worse, and they don't do as much damage. So we're gonna live with the shotgun. Although maybe we'll consider a different weapon when the time comes. Okay, so camp skirmish, hit and run, no intel available. This reinforced invader structure is used to stage attacks and send patrols to nearby locations. It will pose a challenge. Elimination of the units in this location will reduce the invader's presence in this province and allow for the salvaging of equipment from defeated units. It's party time. Okay, so no identification received. Targets continue closing in. Reinforcements needed. So 6 turns for the reinforcements. Eliminate all hostiles before reinforcements arrive. We've got a tank with an autocannon and a medium machine gun. So the medium machine gun's probably going to cause me a little bit of grief. Let's see. Okay, and they're going to be focusing on the unit with the assault rifle. That's fine because this is one of my faster movers. So we're gonna sort of move. We're gonna jump between cover, and then we're gonna get our shots in. Okay, I do open myself up to an attack there, though. So let's say we move up like this. Okay, that should protect me. And sadly, this unit's just going to have to lumber along. In fact, one thing I can probably do to make my life a little bit easier is just dash. I'll admit, it's not the best chance in the world, but it's better than nothing. Yeah, we didn't hit anything. Okay, so as always, we want to see what the enemy's doing. Okay, so it looks like everybody's going to be focusing on the rifle unit, which is fine by me. In a perfect world, I'd be able to get a couple shots off before they start. Looks like I basically just need to do a straight... Yeah. I just need to run, basically. Okay, well that's not the done thing, so we'll sit and wait. This is going to cross over a little bit into the next turn, which I don't feel good about. But I think that's an okay risk. And then as soon as we get into optimal range, we shotgun the tank. Again, not crazy about leaving it between sessions. In fact, I can make life a little easier for myself just by colliding with it. I'll at least take it out for a turn. Okay, that really sucked. I could have sworn I was behind cover there. Certainly the pointer indicated it. So we just took a full machine gun round to the face. I'm gonna wait it out a little bit and then we're... Okay, so I'm sort of relying on the fact that this shield's gonna bang into the tank. Definitely the machine gunner is my new priority. Just as a precaution, we'll put up this. Actually, you know what? I don't need to do that. Just need to move a little closer, and then I can get a second round. So obviously I got to be a little more gentle with the Sleipnir for the rest of the round now. Not really worth it, but hopefully this counts as bait for the next run. It looks like we didn't successfully crash into that one either. Seem to be really messing up my my timings here. Okay, so we could probably take this unit out this turn. So in anticipation of that, I'm actually going to set up a... I'm going to set up a shot on the tank. I really thought that would have been enough. Okay, so we got 2 turns before the reinforcements arrive. Where would we escape? Okay, so we would escape over here if I did. Oh, but they eject immediately after this. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna set up my shield to protect. Again, I didn't really take care of my units all that well. What I'm going to do here, we'll move ahead. I'm going to wait a little while just to cool down. Jump back down to the ground. Ooh. Okay, so again, a lot of this is about cooling down. If they're going to eject, that's fine. Actually, that'll be really good for some scrap. This is mostly just preparing for the possibility that I might be able to get a victory early on. Rebel units eliminated the garrison, requiring tactical relocation for a better approach vector. Retreat before the enemy can respond with reinforcements, and making strike like this and escaping would be considered a victory. Well, we have our orders then. In this case, I'm just doing the retreat sort of at the end of the period, sort of make sure that everybody's kind of going at the same time. Obviously, if we were being chased down by enemy units that were much stronger than us, I'd want to put the retreat a little bit closer in the timeline. But here, there's sort of no ambiguity about everybody getting out in time. That's new music, or at least music I haven't heard before. Squad extracted early, all objectives complete. So this should be a significantly more profitable run. So basically here, this is the no-cost stuff. If we do loot all, yeah, so, I mean, in this case here, there's an argument to be said that we should have stayed to fight just simply because we've got capacity for 40 left over. And then on top of all of that, we not only would we have gotten, not only would there be more to select from, but there actually would have been additional carrying capacity based on the number of units we eliminated. So you can sort of look at this one as maybe leaving some, leaving some loot on the table. I guess what I'll probably consider in the future is how intact I'm leaving, future units. So here we got the Torrent machine gun. We got, we definitely have a few things that we can sort of call wins here. And maybe what I'll be doing in the future is saying is like, okay, so, when it comes time to consider whether or not I eject, it's like, did I get a mech like this, which basically ejected after getting crushed, and I'm obviously going to have a lot of extra capacity left over, or did I just like reduce my enemies to smoking ruins, and I'm going to have to be making some decisions. Chances are the more mechs that I totally destroy, I'm going to say that it's not worth it to stick around and fight, whereas, as you might expect, ones where you have intact mechs and you have the strength to continue fighting, yeah, maybe you'll hang around for a little bit. Anyways, we'll grab that salvage. Light armor. It looks like these units have been transporting light armor sets. They have less integrity than medium armor sets, but they are lighter, which means that they dissipate more heat and make your mech faster. Okay. So it's important to remember here, our only source of scrap is actually the, actually scrapping the items we have. So if, it feels to me like we were earning scrap through other means in the previous run. So as a whole, I'm in favor of this new style. I think the main reason I like it is because, I used to have this horde of parts, and I'd spend more time just navigating through it and not really doing a whole lot with it than what I'm doing right now, which is actually saying, okay, do I really need 8? Do I really need 8 arms? Well, no, not really. In fact, there's stuff that I can probably already scrap. It's just in 3 minutes we'll have a new unit, so I want to have the widest selection to build the new unit, and then we can start scrapping some of the others. I wonder if we'll get it in time. Okay. Ah, yes, Unit 310. I know it well. Okay. So the highest level we've got... I mean, there's a few different ways I can look at this, right? I can say, well, maybe I want to start by picking... maybe I want to start by picking the highest quality weapons that I have. There's an argument for that. Let's... Actually, yeah, I'll start that overall, right? One of the biggest problems I have is trying to decide how this is all going to fit together. I actually have a tough time with sort of blank canvases. But for now, let's just think about what the... Okay, this is an 1830 submachine gun, the right-hand item. So I can set them up with a medium machine gun, which is going to take a really long time to fire, but it gives me 394. Oh, that's right. Hang on. I got a few different things I can run with. So I can have a rocket launcher. With 348. A slight improvement with the torrent. The beam weapon is interesting. So penetrates multiple targets with a destructive energy beam that causes gyroscopic interference, making it difficult to turn while firing. Damage increases the longer the target spends in the beam. And then there's the beautiful solar burst, which is presumably going to just make me insanely slow. Actually, here's an interesting question. So let's say I put on the solar burst. What if I went the complete opposite direction, which was we put a bunch of light stuff on this? Maybe heavy arms. So that's still a 9 speed. It's still my slowest. It's a bold choice. Okay, so I get 11 speed if I don't have the heavy arms, and if I go for the... Nine. You know, for the difference of 2, I'm gonna put the heavy arms on it, and then let's give it a passive heat sink for now. I like that a little bit more than the stabilizer. So basically, I'm kind of acknowledging that this thing's going to be slow to move. I want to make sure that it doesn't get disabled as far as its ability to fire its weapon is concerned, but I'm not quite ready to completely abandon any mobility for this thing. So it is going to be susceptible to enemy fire. I really did not appreciate how skinny these arms are. Oh, sorry, because I'm looking at the wrong things. Yeah, 180 for the arms is not much. All right. Now the important question: what is my default color scheme for the? You know, I think actually a dark. Ooh. I was thinking a dark one might work for something that's going to be shooting a big laser. But then I saw experimental G3. Now, the super important question. What does the big gun look like? Ooh. Nah, we'll go for something a little more just. Oh man, some of these are really good too, though. We could get sort of the matte look for the. So something like this is kind of consistent with experimental, but because it's not shiny, I don't know. We'll go with this one though. Oh, and I gotta pick. I guess I gotta pick a name for this. Does anybody have any good like Norse or Nordic names for this thing? I'm really not good with my mythology. I guess I can do a search. So I'm just reading up on a few of these things. I don't want to call it like Ragnarok or something like that. I'm not quite ready to go for apocalyptic images for my like level 1 units. Thornvald. Could you tell me what Thornvald would be, Olaf? I'm not familiar. I'm not going to spend too much more time on this. I'm just going to take. I'm trying to get some decent bookmarks for me to consider in future. It's Eric the Red Sun and said to be the start of the Viking Saga story. Oh, it works for me. Especially because I don't really have anything that immediately screams out as like big laser beam. All right. Thorvald it is. Oh, sorry. Other important consideration. Let's start getting rid of some surplus items so that we can work on our next next improvement. Okay, so this one's due for the scrap. Okay, I gotta do this one at a time. Upper bodies. We've got a pair of Alright, so the Elbrus upper gives me 390, the Nox upper gives me 390. I can't remember if there's one that gives me something that the other doesn't. So let's get rid of this one. See, this one's got dissipation. In fact, I'm going to go so far as to say that if you don't offer me a modifier, you're not in the lineup anymore. Which I realize is a little bit of a strict standard and probably doesn't apply to most of the stuff that I have in my group right now. But that's going to be sort of the new standing order. This is way too many cores. I'm probably going to scrap more of these. This gives me an option of sticking standard cores on every single unit that I have. Okay. So this has an integrity -1. So I have fewer legs overall, so in this case I'm just going to get rid of the things that impose penalties. Hard to see why I would want a level 1 gun, so we'll start with that. Now a lot of this is going to be driven by variety. So if we're going to go between slug and a snail, I want the slug. I think we've already got an Astra that I'm perfectly happy with. Same with the... Well, no, hang on. We'll hang on to the burst for a little bit. I might prefer the shred, although it's a short-range one. Oh god, so many right arms. Okay, so again, we're going to get rid of anything with, like, minuses. If we had more with bonuses, I would consider them, but for now, I think for now, just sort of mitigating drawbacks is enough for me. When I can afford to be a bit choosier, I will. But yeah, so like again, this is really ripe for further refinement. But I don't know. I think some of the more obvious choices will emerge over time. I'm gonna do a run over my my units anyway. So we're at 187 off of that. I need 450 to be able to build a brand new unit. I guess the other thing that I could do, I am a little curious what happens here if I like if I were to just scrap everything and go for a 750, exactly what this would give me. But 750 is a lot for me right now, so I think I'm gonna hold off. I'm going to hold off from that temptation for the time being. Anyways, let's go liberate a farm. Assault. You can attempt to gain control of this structure by mounting an assault with your squad. Suit up. And we can bring Polaris or Foxtrot. Let's just do top to bottom, so welcome to the team, Polaris. I guess you've always been here. I'm going to do the order... Again, in priority for this unit for the time being. And right now, I'm just doing comparisons. So this is already a rare body. I don't think there's a whole lot that I can do to make this better. Actually, yeah, we've already got the bonus towards integrity, so I'm fine with that. Lower body is a Nox lower, so what I'm really looking for here... So this is technically a plus barrier. doesn't really make a difference between these two. I'm mostly just applying it to get in the habit of putting the stuff that gives me the pluses on. So we've got medium Nox arms, which I don't think we have any more of. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like there's any immediate benefit. It's probably going to be the same story with the right arms. Left item, we already got rid of the other burst, and then I don't see... Yeah, I don't see a reason for the... I don't see a reason to switch the Astra out. Okay, next up, the Lance. And again, we're going to do the same thing again. So we've got the upper... So I guess the one virtue of this is that it's got the better dissipation, but I think that'll come at the cost of movement, so not quite for me yet. Yeah, unfortunately we're stuck with the light. Lower body. Oh, this is also a chance for me to just confirm what kind of cores I've got. So as long as it's, you know. Oh, hello. What's going on here? Got a charge core in this. Well, I don't think we need that. So maybe I can afford to... Ah, this all makes so much more sense now. Okay, this is still technically a better one. Yeah. Okay, these legs. Do I have their mediums? I don't think there's any specific bonuses I can get out of these. Same story with the arms. We are rocking mediums right now. I don't quite see going to 63 for the shield arm is a particularly good idea. No point in looking at the rest, so the only other thing we might want to do would be to change the weapon. So there is a little bit of an argument, right? This is a 21 to 39, and it does take a long time to... It does take a long time to get started. So it's 41 damage, though. So my alternative would be to go for a missile launcher. The problem with the missile launcher is because it's got the range of 115 to 190, it doesn't make any sense to have this with a shield. They're just two totally incompatible options, in my opinion. Glory Dog, on the other hand? Maybe? It doesn't really tell me the range, does it? Again, a little hard to justify the other shotguns. So yeah, I mean, the medium machine gun sort of makes sense. It's just, it's even longer for... The thing is that, like, this unit's shown its utility in terms of getting in everyone's face. So even though the shotgun takes a long time to fire, I think we're fine. And of course, we just built the Thorvald, so we'll... Wait, heavy and SMG? That can't be right. Alright, facility liberation. This is a civilian facility occupied by invader forces. This facility is not reinforced, but units that guard it can be challenging to eliminate and will most likely call for reinforcements. Let's get started. IFF response negative. Treating as hostile. Requesting for immediate reinforcements. 4 contacts on the field that look really cool, by the way, and reinforcements in 3 turns. So, it's uniform games on point here. Okay. Looks like a bunch of shields, so I'm very glad I didn't bring the beam. So we got a medium machine gun, heavy machine gun, a shotgun. Okay, so we got shotguns in the back, machine guns in the front. First thing I want to make sure... Alright, so it does look like... It does look like the heavy... Okay, so the heavy gets targeted, but they get targeted by a shotgun. That's really important information for me. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to move Polaris up. I'm sure there are probably better maneuvers I can do, but for now I think we're just going to focus on... Okay, if I was completely honest, I'd actually kind of like to try and take out the heavy machine gunner, but this one has the option of hitting something from behind, potentially. So I'm going to work with that. Now, the next question is, how do I want to handle sort of this approach? So, like, one option I have is just throw up the shield. Looks like I basically need to do it the full run. I mean, that's definitely asking a lot of the shield. Okay, I got some ideas about how to make this work. So again, plan here is a little bit of a friendly fire incident. Next up. Basically what I'm trying to do here is bait them into, again, more friendly fire. Oh, actually, there is one other thing I can do. So this really delays the move. Okay, so as much as I want this to be true, it's not going to happen. So I think my next best is to just sit, wait out the shots. It's going to take sort of half the turn. And then we can burst onto the scene. Okay. Let's watch this happen. Okay, so the big question now is going to be what happens while I'm firing this beam. Holy crap, we generate a lot of heat out of this thing. Okay, so that looks like that's a machine gun that's targeting me here. Nope, that's a shotgun. Okay. So the one thing I'm not clear about is if this is one of those ones where I need to be pointing like straight forward for it to be as effective. But as long as the only people shooting at me are the shotguns, keeping my distance works. So, again, just in the interest of experimentation, this isn't the worst time for me to be. This isn't the worst time for me to be working through all this stuff. So let's say this is going to be the move for the big laser beam for the time being. let's think about what the remaining moves are. So we have heavy machine gun focusing on the assault rifle again, and then on top of that, okay, the shotgun again I'm not as worried about. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually run back. So I need to stop the... It's actually 2.6 seconds where I... Oh, that's a shame. That'd actually be really helpful if I could see what the timer was. It's about here. So the reason why I can afford to move a little earlier than I normally would is because this unit's going to be moving around the side. So what I want to be focusing on right now is doing as much damage as I can to the machine guns. That's a shotgun. In fact, I think I'm going to get a little greedy and try and go for a second batch. I know that's crossing over the timelines again. So one of the big reasons why I want to focus on the heavy machine guns is the fact that they just take so long to resolve. So they're really good at suppressing my units. Now again, that's not an at all costs sort of an affair. There's definitely limits in terms of what I'm sort of willing to put up with in terms of threats. Okay, this is a medium machine gun, so you know what? I'm gonna move to the. I'm just gonna move back a little bit. Okay, so I think this means I'm not eligible for shotgun. You know what? Sometimes to make an egg, you gotta break a few omelets. Huh. Alright. It's maybe not as clever as I want it to be. So again, I'm going to try and create as many friendly fire incidents as I can. Ooh, that works really well, actually. And of course, all the while we get to inconvenience the bad guys. I do need to remember that I have an ally that's going to be moving to the side, so I need to either move to the left or the right. The heavy machine gunner. Okay. So I'm going to start by moving to the left. I might need to sort of put my elbows up to make room. Okay, yep. So that unfortunately leaves me open to the attack. Oh, but it's a handgun. So that's not as threatening. Okay, cool. So obviously the big question on this one is going to be how the laser works with the movement. Okay, so it doesn't look like it's turning, so a lot of this activity is gonna be wasted, unfortunately. Still enough to really rip apart a shield, though. So imagine how beautiful that would have been if I had moved down like this. So I believe the description in the... Come on. I believe the description does say that it doesn't turn very well. It's just obviously I let the targeting in the game sort of lead me to think untrue things. I don't know if there's that much more to see. Okay, so obviously there's got to be a cooldown. One of the things that is kind of neat about the way that this works is you sort of... I guess what you wind up doing... You sort of wind up thinking about where you want to be positioned for your next turn, right? So, for instance, I could sort of set myself up here, and then I kind of push my beam forward, and then I just kind of move straight to the left. And that sort of clears out this path here. Now, the problem with that is if you take a look at where all the units are moving, like this is kind of the field of action. So probably what I would want to do is like move my unit inside here, fire the beam down the... kind of down this gap, and then basically I just make sure that everybody's out of the way. One way or the other, though, this turn is specifically dedicated to moving this unit to somewhere more useful. So we'll start them off here and see how it goes. Next question is, what do I do with the Sleipnir, which so far has been doing a good job of staying alive, but the enemy units are going to be closing in, and more importantly, they're going to be closing in with some pretty frightening weaponry. The shotguns are obviously very effective at close range, so I want to do whatever I can to neutralize that advantage. And of course, just terrain is basically going to be my big friend on this, so we can move back around. It's not quite how I wanted this to go, but it does the trick. I think I can probably get a little closer to the building. Yeah. Just have a little timeout. Okay, so part of this turn is just getting to the next island of safety. So I'm just in the optimal spot. But then again, why worry when I can just dash out of the way? Okay, so then the question is there anything that I can do? Not really. Well, let's test. So it doesn't get too hot, but there's no benefit to it either. Yeah, so this is going to be pure movement for this unit. So really, the only unit that's going to be attacking this turn is the lance. So let's see how we can best make use of this unit. So they're going to be focusing me with their machine gun. There's not a whole lot I can do about it one way or the other. That's maybe not entirely true. So do something like this. The only problem I have with that is that's me kind of standing straight in front of a shotgun blast, and my shield doesn't last forever, so... Oh, it's the shield that's throwing up on me. Okay, so basically I'm gonna eat the machine gun. But it's gonna come the exchange is gonna be that I get to deliver some pretty heavy hits on the heavy machine gun. The only catch is, of course, that I've moved into this area, which is potentially going to be occupied by the beam weapon. I guess last question is there any shield I want to put up for? So if I do that, that does cross over into the next turn. I think it's still worth it. Dropping in, command is getting impatient. Let's get this over and done with. Okay, so first thing we want to take a look at is where the reinforcements are coming from. Okay, so they're near my extraction zone. So I think my answer to this is going to be to ignore them for the start. Next priority. So walk forward. Okay, so the idea here, I'm going to hold the beam for as long as I can in this area. And then we're going to do just a nice gentle sweep. That should do a decent enough job of catching them in between. Now, the one problem here is that this is a full medium machine gun that's currently going to town on my heavy weapon. That thing clearly needs protection. So priority number one, let's get the assault in play. And in this case, this is going to be one of those cases of, like, you know, destroying the enemy is the best form of damage mitigation. Just setting myself up for a little protection there. And then the remaining question is, what do I do with my... That's not my shotgunner. Okay, so obviously I got to get out of the danger zone. I'm certainly not going to complain about getting another chance to whack this guy with my shield. And then we unload. Okay, so I really want to see how this turn works out. So, and of course we do have the we have I don't know. I've got some so I have the incentive, the good music, and then I have the I just kind of want to see the chaos unfold. Irrepressible 32 Tal says, did they fix any of your typo feedback? So the first bit of feedback I offered, yes. That's like back in the Sheaf day. I can't remember if there's been a patch in between, so I can take a quick look. I don't even know if that's the sort of stuff that would really like merit being included in patch notes, but say hello to Threads. Well, thank you so much for advertising to me, Discord. I do already use your software, and be super nice to not have to... Okay, yeah, there's a hotfix. I don't think this is the sort of stuff you'd see inside of a hotfix, but... No references to it, but nor would I expect that, because honestly, like, I'm getting the impression that Brace Yourself is filled with good writers, and not just good writers in the sense of like the people whose jobs are writers, but I think actually the people who do other things at Brace Yourself are also pretty good writers. It's tough, right? Because like, you know, you see somebody's credit for something, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're, you know, they're limited to that single talent. So I'm sure it'll be dealt with. Again, it's just, you know, I'm trying to get in the habit of reporting stuff when I notice it. Although in some cases I make dumb mistakes too. All right. Anyways, I want to see the madness happen. I got a little stung. You gotta get out of the way there. Okay, so it looks like they tilt ever so slightly. But the real advantage here is going to be just to paint the rest of the targets. Okay, we'll crash him as soon as we can get another shot off. Nice. So that's that source of damage dealt with. Oh, they're totally out now. So yeah, the fact that they are still trying to aim a little bit is keeping me from being able to get that full sweep. I'll need to think a little bit about how to handle that in the future. This is the thing I was really looking for. So actually, I can see a really good strategy of doing something to knock down an enemy unit and then just blasting him with a beam, working pretty well in future. Commander, the base is circled around to the perimeter. We're ready to pick up the squad if needed. The enemy will hold the site if you do so. Well, I certainly don't want to do so. So this unit's going to be ejecting. It'd be nice if I could avoid... It would be nice if I can avoid, you know, hurting them with the beam. This would mean that my leftward movement sort of needs to stop. I mean, I can definitely... I can do my best on that. Again, I can back up my own people with a shotgun. So he's going to go walking into that. So I'm just wondering if there's something more interesting I can try here. I can't remember how many volleys this thing does. Okay, you know what? Let's just keep it simple. So the second we turn the corner, we start firing. That is not an easy that is not an easy maneuver. I suppose the one saving grace is it's a shotgun coming after my beam weapon. If it was a machine gun, I'd maybe be a little more worried. That is a shotgun, right? Yeah. Okay, so the lance is taken. The lance is accounted for. Machine gunner's ejecting. This unit's pretty fresh, which is funny because they were the original target for the big beam. And then now we can take a look at the new arrivals. So they are packing a medium machine gun and an autocannon. So I don't need to fear the autocannon. The autocannon's basically the shotgun for tanks. I don't really need to fear it until it's in close range. The medium machine gun, on the other hand, is a little bit more of a worry for the specific reason that my original plan was going to be what I've normally done with these shotguns, which is just sort of wait them out behind the wall. Actually, looks like I do have a little bit of an advantage here. So I think if I walk over like this, everything that's shooting at me is currently shooting through walls. So then the next question is, how do I make the most of the turn? So one clever thing about this maneuver here... Oh, hang on, they're pointing their shield at me. That changes everything. So I'm actually going to move up like this. So for two reasons. One... Oh, I'm playing with fire with that beam. Okay, now the shotgun actually starts firing in time, though. So if I'm going to do that maneuver, I got to do it like this. That also means that I need to... So unfortunately, I got to start my attack while... Well, no, they're just putting down their shield, so... Although it does put me at more risk as far as the beam is concerned. I'm putting quite a bit of faith in that beam like the drift not affecting it too much. I definitely think I'm going to get hit by it for a little bit, though. But the bonus is that I'm able to do some extra damage to the shotgun unit. It's actually very likely that it's going to lose its weapon this round, but again, it's a bit of an insurance policy. It also makes sure that I'm in a safe place. Okay, I think the only other thing that I want to work on is to find out if there's something a little more sensible I can be doing with the beam. So let's say this is an ideal spot. I know I'm not going to make it, but I think the rest of the activity has got me covered. So. Oh! Ah! Almost took out the shotgun. So I gotta remember, that's my cover I'm destroying there. Definitely a little singed by the beam, but nothing catastrophic yet. Okay, this thing's done. So it's only this shotgunner, and it's also really close to losing its weapon as well. Yep. That's the liability of the beam. That's going to be a full round of shotguns that my Sleipnir needs to eat now. So, still getting used to the really heavy weapons. They're awesome. And in fact, I can also see myself developing strategies around just destroying cover and leveling the enemy with overwhelming firepower. But for the time being, this did not work to my advantage. I was treating it as if I would have that cover, and very obviously I didn't. Anyway, I think it's pretty clear we're gonna make it. Just the question is, what do I do to put myself in a good position for this? You know, the funny thing here, so let's just assume that I start this beam weapon right now. It's not quite an optimal. So let's just say I track this thing. You know, I bet we can do a little bit better. In fact, maybe the approach I want to take here. It's just this nice comb through the, through the enemy units. And again, I want to make sure that I don't annihilate my own people. So, what's the point if I'm just going to aim all of that into the wall? Yeah, nothing to do there. We just need to make sure we don't get in the way of the beam, as far as I'm concerned. So, My assault rifle. All right, everybody hates this unit. So I'm gonna say 2 can play at that game as far as shooting through inconvenient cover is concerned. So we'll wait out the tank a little bit. And then the rest of the turn is going to be focused on adding to the miseries of the machine gunner. All right. I think this is going to have to be sort of a top-down sort of a view just because there's a lot going on. Okay, right arm's down. Oh god, look at that damage. That's incredible. Okay, so I was originally thinking that the job would have been to take this out, but honestly, like, we're fine. I got nothing to worry about with this unit. Everybody just needs to stay where they are and continue making them sad. If I can find a chance to get a little bit of cover, so much the better. But it looks like they're kind of starting... Okay, well, if they're starting their turn... Oh, that's right. So this thing's optimal range is 30 to 57. If I close in, I've got an 18 to 36 shotgun. So in this case, I actually think getting in closer is the way to make this work. I'm going to trust that we have solved this problem. Okay, so this tank wants a piece of me. I think... How much has it taken? It's actually... It's kind of standing, so... I think the first option is to step on it. And then wherever it's standing afterwards... just blow it up after. Who doesn't have an order? No. They're doing exactly what I want them to do. Oh, that's interesting. So it resets the damage at the start of the turn. I wonder if that's intentional or not. Because, like, obviously if you're doing ridiculous amounts of damage to it for the amount of time that you've been exposed to the beam, you'd think that it would carry over turn to turn. Unless, of course, the damage came from something different. So what's this costing me damage-wise? It's not trivial. Probably should have paid attention to when that was ending. Alright, so it wasn't quite enough to seal the deal unless we get another shot of this. We do not. So they kind of got to empty the machine gun into me. We'll be fine, but... Oops. Sorry, I don't want the shot too cramped, but... And that's the round. So this is one of the reasons why I wanted to do sort of a run like from the start again, because I definitely had I was definitely very set in my ways as far as the lineup was concerned, but I'm seeing I think the thing that's so interesting here is that even if I'm doing even though I'm not necessarily using these new weapons optimally, I like the fact that I'm not in the same. Sorry, I'm just trying to adjust my blanket. It's getting a little cold. Not super cold. I just have a window open beside me, so I like the fresh air, but not quite at the point where I want to. I'm not at the point where I want to close it, but I am at the point where I want to protect myself from the elements. And I'll answer your question, Irrepressible. I just want to talk a little bit about the changes. So yeah, again, even though I'm not using these weapons well, it's just making me think about the possibilities. So if I have a weapon that can reliably knock out cover, I want to use that. I want to think about different ways that I can turn that to my advantage, as well as also consider the fact that I have been relying on a lot of cover in the past. It's one thing I could think of being a particularly good combo is the beam laser and a sniper, right? So you get the heavy beam to punch a hole, and then you just have your long-range sniper just rain misery on the units that are freshly exposed. Obviously, that only works for city areas, and I'm curious if they're going to implement sort of a penalty for damaging too much infrastructure, because of course you're trying to save your homeland. Right? It's a little bit like if you were to detonate a nuke to get rid of the occupying army. Yes, you probably have achieved whatever goal you set. If you set off the nuke, you have succeeded in your aim, right? It generally what happens is you try to prevent people from being able to set that off. On the other hand, that is kind of an own goal, right? What do you have left to claim if you did it on sort of your homeland that you're trying to recover? So I'm curious if in the future they're going to implement some kind of a penalty for destroying too much of the terrain. I'm of two minds of it, because it's not. I don't really think there's ever a game. So first of all, I don't even know if this counts as realistic, but I don't ever think of a game that's been improved by the words we should make it more realistic. I think there's a reason why flight simulators haven't been a thing for a very long time. I haven't played the new Microsoft one, so maybe it is hyper-realistic. But one of the problems seemed to be that maybe through technological limitations or just sort of more of a design preference, there would be these really good old flight sims, the stuff that when you read about kind of the heyday of flight sims, you're maybe not necessarily learning how to fly something like an F-16, but you're getting enough of the fantasy and it's a fun and engaging game. Whereas now, I can think of a couple where the manuals are hundreds of pages long, and you not only do you fill the keyboard with actions, but you need to do other key. It's like Emacs. You need to do the meta key and the shift and all of that to be able to do everything the plane's for. And again, as far as a sim is concerned, I'm sure that's really scratching an itch for some people. But it's definitely not the sort of thing that you'd kind of consider an average player to necessarily be interested in. So all of that is to say is would it be fun for me to play a level where I need to consider the collateral damage and if I don't, there's a penalty. So if I do something like this, am I going to have a worse outcome? It does give me another interesting constraint, and I do think constraints are really interesting in a game like this. On the other hand, it also will probably limit me from using weapons like, the big heavy beam gun. And I think probably on balance, it's super fun to have a mech that has got a weapon so powerful that it's guaranteed to overheat the next turn. And just seeing that thing rip through territory is probably a lot more fun than saying, oh, but what will the civilians think when I blow a giant hole through their building? Like, seeing the buildings get destroyed as part of the battle is a really cool feature in the game. And obviously, if you're doing things to penalize people for looking at cool stuff, it sort of seems to run counter to what makes this game interesting. But again, I'll be a little cautious on this, and this is so that I can say, I can answer Irrepressible's comment. Like, a game that does this really well is Into the Breach. You don't want the civilian buildings to get destroyed, and it's not just the enemy units that are going to do that. There's a way that you can set yourself up in such a way that you may have to decide to sacrifice a building in order to prevent something worse from happening. So again, I can see the arguments both ways. And again, like, I'm a player, right? I have a suspicion there has been quite a bit of thought in this already. Again, I'm not super diligent in seeing the material, so I'm sure maybe even the FAQ and the Discord that I linked will answer it. But to answer your question in terms of does it feel more turn-based or real-time, I would definitely say more turn-based. MS Flight Simulator is very toggleable. It has a pretty realistic setup with all the complexity, but you can also turn most of it off and have the game do it for you. I'd actually be really interested. I mean, it's Microsoft, so there's telemetry that they've put in there. I would be very interested to see the revealed preferences for that game in particular. Like, how many people want to learn to fly a plane playing that game, and how many people just really like seeing the world, be able to get a little travel in while we're all cooped up in home. Because I definitely feel like probably you'd be I think I'm gonna have it both ways. I think that chances are people will surprise you in terms of the amount of complexity they are willing to take on, but I definitely don't think that most people are playing the game for for the full sim experience. One thing I wanted to do too is just point out all of these clouds. Like, this is something that was added in the Caches to Ashes update, and this is because the battlefield's getting all beaten up. But yeah, so the comparison I made to Into the Breach was a very deliberate one, Irrepressible. I would definitely say that the essence of this game is to consider it turn-based. It's not fully like XCOM in the sense that XCOM, the order matters, and if you like, one side takes its turns and then the other side takes its turns. It's definitely more like Frozen Synapse in the sense that you're building up turns that are taken simultaneously. So even with Into the Breach, like, there's a very clear ordering, and it's like a puzzle that you need to solve in terms of being able to, like, take out, if the unit that moves first takes out the unit that moves second, then it's simply not going to be able to to do the action that you were dreading. There's a little bit less certainty in terms of Phantom Brigade, just because things are happening at the same time. Like, if a really great example here would be when there was a shotgun attack that was going to be coming. I think it was to a unit that was standing here, almost certainly this one, and we took off the shotgunner's arm before they could fire. In that case, I didn't need to worry about that damage. But there've been times that I've sort of quote unquote predicted that I wasn't gonna get hit, and in fact I was. So, I think the game is reasonably deterministic in terms of how the damage works, but I don't think it gives you this fully granular, like, you don't know unless you play the game a lot. I suspect there's going to be a degree of uncertainty that you have about how how much damage you're actually going to do. So, like, if you're on the margins, again, remember there was that arm that had like 9 health, and it's like, if they were only inside the beam for like a second longer, it would have been fine. But yeah, I would definitely say that the thinking is turn-based, and again, your tactical advantage is the fact that with certainty what the enemy is going to be doing. Um, but where you get to sort of the really interesting tactical choices in the game is actually when you think about how the environment is going to respond to certain decisions you made. So you can see me running through the environment, specifically getting the enemies to point their guns at each other and do as much damage to themselves instead of my own units. And obviously that's using the knowledge that the enemy is going to be taking a certain action, but that because there's going to be a period of time from the start of the turn to when they take that action, I'm going to be able to manipulate the environment by moving my units into a different position. That's the sort of stuff that I consider. So yeah, it's definitely a turn-based game, in my view at least. And the real satisfaction is, of course, seeing everything play out. Like, this game gives you very rich rewards for setting up a good turn and just watching it all happen. And obviously when the replay is sort of fully implemented, like, I'm sure I'm going to make even less progress in the game just like watching the same stuff happen over and over. This is an off-the-wall reference, but it reminds you of the old JRPG Grandia, which I think Akadak was a really big fan of, and how it did turn order. You would take turns to queue up actions, but they took real time to carry out and could get interrupted. Yeah, so, again, I think Into the Breach touches on this, but it is very specifically turn-based. So it'll tell you the order of turns, and that is one of the considerations you'll be making. Frozen Synapse, it is also turn-based in the sense that you're building up your turn, but you don't have knowledge of what the enemy is going to be doing. So the actions are taken simultaneously, but the challenge comes in being able to anticipate what the enemy is going to do. And in the case of Into the Breach, again, it's turn-based in the sense that the timeline is split into these 30-second turns. Well, yeah, okay, actually, I think I get the idea where you're going at, too. Yeah, it's a very different way of thinking of turn-based, for sure. So, generally in turn-based, you think either, I move a piece, you move a piece, or I take my turn, you take your turn. I guess the thing that keeps the turn-based feel for me is that the enemy is fixed in its choice. Like, the enemy is really fixed in terms of what it's going to do. I'm the one with the AI that predicts movements, a certain number of seconds into the future. And so that's where to me, that's where the turn-based feeling comes in, that I generally am thinking. So like, I'm generally thinking in this game about the best decisions I can make given a set of parameters that I can see. Where are the units? What actions are those units going to be taking? And that's the sort of stuff that I think about when I play XCOM or Into the Breach. When I play a real-time strategy game, I very often deal with the fact that I need to make second-best choices, or that I need to make, like in many cases in real-time strategy games, just maybe because I don't play them enough, I will be making. Hey, Joshy man, how you doing? I'll be making some choices. I'm going to be making some choices specifically about what I think is best at that moment. And I notice the more that I sort of sit and try and plan out the best response, the worse I do. So, sometimes just doing something in an RTS is better than trying to think what the best response is. Obviously, I'm sure the people who are best at those games will make tactically perfect decisions while also sort of having this larger strategy that they're working on. That effectively they're able to process a lot of information and act on it very quickly. And none of that's really at play in in Phantom Brigade, in my opinion, which is why I say it feels a little more turn-based, just simply because that's kind of the set of idea, or like that's the type of thinking that I'm doing. I'm very much thinking in XCOM terms, not in Tooth and Tail or Dawn of War. How you doing, Mushroom Sis? God, there's a lot of good people in here tonight. By the way, I don't think I gave Night Valian the shout out. So there's a couple shout outs for me to do, actually. So we've got Night Valian, who is playing. So I found out, I really should probably just know this by now. But a lot of the stuff that will be, well, sorry, maybe not determining, but some of the stuff that Night Valian has been working on is a result of his Game Pass subscription. I've actually fallen behind on a lot of my Game Pass stuff just because if I'm behind on data projects, it's really hard for me to justify taking extra time it's really hard for me to justify taking the extra time to play more games on my own time. There are some things that I'll do on my own time for sure, right? But it's a little bit like when I was in grad school. Like, streaming was the way that I could box gaming into something that I knew that I would do, but I wouldn't be doing it in excess. But yeah, anyways, so it's Cris Tales. And what I didn't appreciate was that this is something that is in the Game Pass. So it's a chance for me to check out. There's actually some really good stuff coming. So The Ascent looks really interesting. That's coming out tomorrow. I already have Hades. I got that on Epic. So another fine early access game that they brought in there. Next month, Psychonauts 2. So I haven't played the first Psychonauts, but I do have it, and I should try it out. I'm particularly looking forward to Lemnis Gate, which I think just got out of a beta period, but that's Nova Scotia developers, so another great Canadian. October, Age of Empires 4. So even though I'm maybe not the biggest real-time strategy gamer, I do happen to know at least one person who worked on it. And sort of through it's more of a friend situation, but it seems like also somebody who works on Company of Heroes 3. So it turns out I know maybe a couple more people at Relic than I thought, and I naturally want to wish my friends and loved ones of people who I want to see do well. Obviously, I want to see their loved ones, their social circle do well. And more importantly, I just really like Canadian developers. So it's not just I'm really looking forward to a bunch of stuff coming onto Game Pass, but specifically, I'm really happy to see the number of Canadians showing up on Game Pass. So I have not played Psychonauts. No, I must. Okay. Josh is looking forward to Age of Empires 4. Your friend group is really excited about the Ascent. Oh, that's cool. It just looked interesting to me. So, that's kind of it, right? I am going to do another rant, but I know I spent a lot of time in sort of the after mission component. So I'll try and get a little progress in the game before I talk about the book that I got today. Because that ties back to judging books by their cover and such. Because I think I started talking about that last week and I never finished the idea, but my book actually arrived. So you used to play Age of Empires 2 for hours, but you never got into AoE 3. I'm curious, is that a function of the shift to 3D out of curiosity, or is that because I know that seemed to be something that you wouldn't think would be a big problem for strategy games, but it feels like I don't know if it so here's the thing. I don't know if it's because the shift to 3D meant that people were really interested in playing stuff like Unreal Tournament or whatever, and that it was just really hard to sell people on other things. Or if there's something about 3D that makes it because in principle, it's just a different look for a game. Clearly now we've got real-time strategy games with sort of a 3D look that don't go. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of stuff that would be out roughly around the same time. Josh, man, I know there's a new Unreal Tournament, but I think Epic's kind of stopped working on it. So. But yeah, the different look threw you for a loop. Okay, that's interesting. Because obviously I think the Civilization games look beautiful. And I mean, I really like Alpha Centauri, which is a game that probably resembles Civilization 2 the most. And even then, I don't know if Civ 3 was really a 3D game or not. But like certainly I don't really have all that, like it to me it didn't really mess with me. If anything, I guess the one thing that's nice is that I personally prefer hex maps. So, you know, eventually Civilization being able to switch to those is a nice thing. I don't know if that happened in 3 or 4. But you know, in turn-based terms, that wasn't all that big of a deal. But it is pretty clear to see that like there was a decided drop-off in terms of real-time strategy, which I think is a shame, because I think they're games that I might really enjoy if I spend enough time in them. But I mean, there's also differences in tastes too. Except for survival crafting, it seems that that's got like endless, endless interest. Unreal Tournament was at its peak with UT 2000. Oh God, I don't even know what Unreal Tournament I'm referring to, because you're right. Like, it's not just that there's more than one, but like there's this trend of like relabeling, new versions with the base name. So, Vic 6. Oh, Civ 6. Okay. I was like, I don't know what that is. But yeah, Civ 6 is good, especially with the... I know everybody says this about the Civ games, but like, Civ is always good. I don't like that people didn't like Beyond, or well, they said they didn't like Beyond. They also say they didn't like Avatar, but somebody helped make it like break all the records. But yeah, like, I don't know. Civ is like, in my opinion, it's like the best game ever made. Doesn't even matter which one. But like, yeah, Beyond Earth, which there seems to be something of a consensus, unfair in my opinion, but it still seems to be what people have said, that game was a disappointment. I just don't think they were paying attention. I think there's a lot that's very good about that particular Civilization game, but especially if you've played it with the expansions, like it's really good. So what I'm trying to do here is just pick stuff based on level. So all of these like level 1s, not that big of a priority for me right now. Okay, so that pulls me past the limit. So the other thing I can think about, so I've already got a shotgun 135-second optimal interval. That can't be true. So here's a couple of things that I'm going to think about now. So yes, a tower shield looks really good. The fact of the matter is, though, I'm not going to use it, right? It's 12 integrity, 266 barrier. I'm going to use the Svalin, so we're going to scrap that. Auto shotgun. I've got a rare auto shotgun. I'm not going to use this. We're going to scrap it. And I'm going to just do this over as many of these candidates. So I think a Nox upper level 2. This is the sort of thing that I'm willing to say, okay, this will probably find a role in my group. So the blast, right? Yes, it's level 2. Do I really need this particular handgun? I'll probably bring the medium machine gun just because, like the Nox arm, this stuff. Okay, that's fine. Dissipation minus. Well, we already know that I'm not gonna take it. So. Mass minus, again, similar story. So what I'm going to try and do now is just come up with some really good arguments for why I'm carrying on. So this is a great example here. Barrier plus. Normally something I would pick up, but I'm like, well, there's no barrier on this thing, so maybe I don't need it. Integrity minus, again, I don't need it. So what this is going to mean that I can either bring in more of these goodies, which I don't think I really want to. They're all level 1s. Maybe I'll just take a second and make sure there isn't anything. So like heavy machine gun, I don't have one yet, but on the other hand, it does a total of 300 damage. Maybe not the most exciting thing I could be picking up. So in the rest, what I've done here is I've given myself another 40 to start getting that beloved scrap. Now, I don't know if there's any other... Okay, so that's another 30. Oh, man. I really wish it would tell me... So what I technically should be doing is like trading off every single one of these and seeing like, so I'm at 47, 43. Yeah, so like this shotgun's really not worth all that much. This is worth 9. Okay, so the upper seems to be worth... The upper seems to be worth the most, so let's start by scrapping those. Yeah, I definitely feel like... So this... I like the new scrap system. And I like this new menu. But I definitely feel like there is a lot of... yeah, I mean, so keep in mind that, like, the last update was like a hotfix. Like, I just don't really see the UI weirdness because I'm playing at like 1440 resolution to be like the sort of thing that, you know, like I can't see a single person at Brace Yourself saying is like, all hands on deck, System Chalk can't read his menu. Like, no, there's better stuff to work on, right? I have ways that I can, you know, that I can solve this on my own. So yeah, I'm not at all worried about that. It doesn't mean that the feedback's not being taken on. It's just, you know, they've got, like, keep in mind that both Industries of Titan and this game get a major update every month. And admittedly, Brace Yourself is growing, but they're not that big. Like, I continue to be very impressed by how much gets done. And one of the reasons I suspect that they're able to get so much done is being able to prioritize stuff. So yeah, like I would have no expectation whatsoever that anything I submitted a bug report for last week would get an adjustment. Like something that would break. No, it's not a numbers thing. I just think it's a like getting the game. Well, actually, here's a great example of this. Like Ben UI on Twitter, he does the Industries of Titan. I mean, he might do Phantom Brigade as well. But like, it was known for quite a while that there was a quirk in Unreal where if you went into the worker menu, it would take the focus of OBS and it would only put it on that window. So your best option would usually be to just play the game in full screen mode. And I happen to know that Ben put quite a bit of work into fixing that. My reaction to that is, that's really cool that they did that. Because while I understand that streaming is definitely a factor in terms of selling games, as a player of Industries of Titan, I definitely like having more features in the game. You know, being able to appeal to streamers, I just don't necessarily think is necessarily the right focus for some stuff. And again, like, this is just me as a player opining, right? Like, I'm probably not a big enough streamer to be able to make these kinds of calls in an informed way. And obviously game developers have a lot of experience and they have their own priorities. Yeah, I mean, I just really can't see the streaming contingent being that critical of a priority that you would like shelve stuff that you had been planning to work on to be able to appeal to it. I mean, the fact that I submit bug reports communicates my full faith that they're going to get around to whatever I'm reporting. But I also, again, I don't want to sound too servile, right? Like, obviously I have my priorities, and certainly I'd like to see some things happen before others. But the thing is that if I go out for sushi, it's not like I loom over the chef to to tell them how to make it, right? I kind of have faith that they know how to make something tasty for me. And I kind of look at it the same way with game development. It's one of the reasons too, like when I talk about things, like I try and talk about feelings or why I'm reacting a particular way. Because, like, first of all, I don't think this is very good feedback, but like, let's just say I was the type of person in the middle of the game who said, this sucks. Well, what are you supposed to do with that, right? Like, turn it in, like, okay, we're making Phantom Brigade into a survival crafting game now, right? Like, maybe that's this sucks will get you as much of an argument to completely transform the genre as it is to make a minor tweak to the UI. And so, if I'm on the other hand, if I'm able to say, I really feel like I don't have enough information to make a proper decision here. Presumably somebody can take that feedback and then they're able to say, okay, does that mean that we need to put more things on the screen? And then somebody who's maybe a little bit better at UI would say, well, you can do that, but if you do that, then people are going to be overwhelmed by numbers, and maybe this group of players will be happy about it, but this other group of players are going to be even more lost, for the same reason that nobody really wants to play old Paradox games. Except people who grew up with old Paradox games and think they're the best versions. Yeah, exactly. If you put everything on the screen, then you're gonna, that's gonna be another set of problems. So maybe what I'm communicating is actually something that the developers had thought had been communicated earlier on in the game, and I either forgot or I didn't understand at the time. And so being able to talk about the feeling will help the people who are sort of making decisions in terms of when I'm given certain information. That will give them a little bit more of an idea in terms of what I'm thinking of. Because, let's face it, it's hard. It's like making movies. It's very, very hard to think about what a person is like when someone's sitting in a theater or when they're at home, watching it on a monitor or a smartphone or something like that. It is not the easiest thing to think about exactly the context they're going to be experiencing those shots from. But some of the best movies do exactly that. They have a really clear idea of what somebody is feeling at a given moment and how they're able to to manipulate that. Anyways, again, another rant. I'm sure anybody who is watching is now gone. But let's catch up on some scrap. So yeah, shield doesn't get me a whole lot. Heavy machine gun, again, doesn't get me a whole lot. So looks like we've got all the uppers. So I guess it would be arms next. So that gets me 8, I think. What about lowers? Well, that gets me 12. So let's start with lowers. A nice little audio, I believe by power up, to let me know I'm at the limit. Am I leaving any lowers on the... Yes, I am. So I guess the question... Oh, no, we don't need the arm. But yeah, so this is a perfect example here where it's not just me comparing against some of my existing inventory. It's me just simply having that information rather than having to infer it from how the supplies change. Being able to say, okay, uppers will give you more scrap than lowers, which will give you more scrap than arms, will definitely help. Keto Base, thank you very much. Yeah, I also know there's a bunch of I need to also acknowledge the great silent majority. Obviously revealed preferences matter. I know I talk about them a lot, but it is a really important thing, right? People can tell you they want one thing, but they'll show you that they want another. There's a lot of people who just like listening. And obviously if I wasn't doing it right, there wouldn't be people watching. So, I appreciate the patience of those who don't care for the rants, and I also I also appreciate the people who listen to me throw out opinions all the time, because I don't know, I think the last thing the internet really needs is more opinions. But it's the only added value I have, right? I'm not winning you over with my beautiful looks. I'm not gonna lie, you enjoy listening a lot, but as a fan of strategy games, you appreciate what you have to say. Oh, thank you. All right, internal auxiliary subsystems. As thanks, one of the farmers are gifting you a mech that they modified. They unfused the core responsible for power and heat capacity from an enemy mech body. They also found a few spare cores that you can try. Each core subsystem has trade-offs and benefits. The higher the quality of the mech, the more internal auxiliary subsystems it contains. In many cases, high-quality parts have their internals unfused. Unfused subsystems can be replaced with other subsystems of the same type. Okay, so actually, here's a great example here. This is very obviously more tutorial material that I just didn't appreciate at the time. So the catch here is that I should make YouTube edits with all the rants cut out so you can get to the action in a 5-minute bite. Yeah, it's a tough one. I hear this a lot for my YouTube stuff, and the catch is that I'm not really set up to edit that. Like, I can edit now. I do have, I think, Vegas. Vegas is a little bit different than the other editing systems I've worked with, and I haven't taken the time to really learn it. But the catch is that it's actually faster for me to do live stuff because I don't need to edit it afterwards. So, like, it's a 1-to-1 ratio of recording and producing content. The times... Oh, you want the rats in 5 minutes. 5-minute bites. Oh, sorry, no. Joshy Man wants one thing. Irrepressible wants the other one. But yeah, so that's the catch, is that I've thought about this a lot because I know it's something that a lot of YouTubers do. And the problem is that most of the YouTubers actually have an editor that they hire to do that stuff. And the thing is just I know how long it takes me to produce edited stuff. It is generally very popular when I do it. And so it's something that I want to do more for. And I'm going to be buying some new hardware, and I've specifically spec'd something out to be a good sort of side editing machine. It's not going to be a gaming machine, but it's going to be something that I kind of dedicate towards audio and video editing, as well as some of my data work. And the aim of it is specifically so that I can get a little bit of a pipeline in place, because I like, just in terms of popular stuff, my shorter stuff is definitely the most popular on YouTube by a lot. But the catch is that I know right now I would generate, in terms of minutes, less, and I think the quality-quantity trade-off would actually still wouldn't be in our favor. So convince my work that I need it into 3090s. Yeah, it's not even a question of GPU. Like, the GPUs I'd probably use more for like the data stuff, to be honest. No, it's honestly just the time. Like, so I have edited films before, but it's a reflex that I've sort of, well, okay, I think in terms of making cuts and stuff like that, I kind of still know how to do that. I still think a lot about it. So like, if you take a look at the Industries of Titan video that I did, a lot of the cuts there just don't make any sense. It was just me trying to find shots that were mildly related to what I was talking about sometimes. There's some other ones where it's really clear that there is some shots and some decisions that are being made. I prefer doing it that way, but again, that takes time, that takes thought, and because I don't know Vegas very well, instead of just thinking about editing and like what will make the best video, a lot of the time I'm just thinking about how I do stuff in the environment. And again, with practice, I can get it done, but I have 3 streams a week. And once you build one expectation, you kind of want to keep building on with it. So it'll be something like that. It'll definitely be something that happens over time. Convinced that my models are too complicated and take too long to run. Man, there's so many people who say that at work, and it's just because they're bad programmers. Like, everything that they could be, everything that everyone I've run into at work who says that either the software they have is too slow or the computer that they have is too slow is because they are doing it in a very foolish way. And instead of using the expensive software that we pay for that takes care of all of those technical considerations, they're using something lower level and they're using it badly. And so, it's just this massive waste of resource. I realize I sound like the worst coworker in the world. It's very frustrating though, because these are definitely people who like throwing their weight around about how much they know about computers. And they're just like, they're shouting down people who very reasonably, and I'm not those people, by the way. I don't talk during those meetings anymore. But they're shouting down people who are very reasonably saying, it's like, well, what are we paying, X company, this money for? And the honest answer to it is that we're paying that company to deal with the problem that this person who thinks they're a hot shot, like, doesn't even have the frame of reference to understand why they're running into the problem. Anyways, yeah, we definitely at work, we're definitely not at a point where we need to be throwing more hardware at our problems, but because we have a lot of people who've sort of drunk the open source Kool-Aid and maybe have an inflated sense of their technical skills, we are definitely inheriting a lot of very bad practices and essentially throwing perfectly good processors at very unimportant problems. Old Hidden Workshop. One of the farm's engineers tells you that he used to tinker with mech parts before the war. He thinks that there might be some modified parts left in his workshop, hidden on the other side of the valley. You should scout around and see if you can find it. So I don't know where the valley is. Presumably it would be somewhere around here. I'm actually going to do a little bit of a curve like this, though. Everyone complains about their coworkers. Conversely, years ago, you used some inexpensive software that you brought to make a parody Christmas newsletter for your family. Whenever you would print a single page of this newsletter, your CPU would spike to 100% for several minutes while queuing the document to the printer. That's really funny. The newsletter is usually 6 pages long. Yeah, I mean, again, there's lots of... Everybody's kind of got their own... their own circumstances. I'm sure I may be unfair to a few other people in those rants, but the thing is that I also know. So one of the things about my situation at work is that there are a number of people who are held up as these experts and people who in fact are sort of in charge of, maybe not in charge, but have like been positioned to teach people. And they're, I have heard them in private conversation because they know I know a thing or two about programming. Like, again, please do not take me as saying that I'm a very good programmer. I'm not. I am at best, average to negligible programmer. But I do know a few, within a very narrow domain, I know a few things, let's say. But the thing is that because they've got me pegged as someone who knows better, like they definitely let the guard down a little bit, and I've heard exactly how they talk about other people who don't, like, again, who just don't know their pet language or who, for whatever reason, they're just making an overall assessment of their technical skills, and it is very condescending, and I think it's very unhelpful. Generally, their view is like, well, they just need to get on my level, and I'm like, well, then maybe you shouldn't be setting yourself up as this training resource. Like, if you think the exercise is to turn everyone into clones of you, I mean, what I'd really like to say to them is like, well, do you really think that good programming is just like making everybody conform to your style? Or is good programming writing something that other people can work with right away? Anyways, you work with a lot of engineers and statisticians, and your hardware needs totally depend on what you're modeling and how. But your favorite is that you have to program that, this program that quote-unquote models a store, basically makes a bad FPS so you can walk around and see your stuff on the shelf. It's the most inefficient beast ever written. It looks like Call of Duty 2 and needs a $6,000 PC to work. Let's start on spaces and tabs next. Yeah. I actually believe, as far as Python is concerned, the style guide specifically says spaces over tabs. And of course, I always hit the tab key because I know every environment that I'm writing Python in just converts it into spaces for me, which I think makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, obviously every situation is different, but I think the big problem is that my workplace definitely, they are hiring economists, they are hiring statisticians. And the thing is that it really feels like they're trying to turn everyone into programmers, which I don't even necessarily think is the worst thing in the world, except that they only want to go halfway with it. And I think one of the things is that at the moment right now, like for those of you that know a thing or two about statistics, like I'm in a work environment where there are a couple of people there with master's degrees, and I had to explain to them what students' t-test was. And then on top of that, because they were in a position, they were sort of like a project lead position, I needed to justify to them and sort of explain the assumptions. And then I needed to explain, after I introduced the central limit theorem, and then they asked me to show that the central limit theorem applied. And I'm like, well, that's how math works. Like, it's not that the central limit theorem does or doesn't hold. Like, the central limit theorem is the central limit theorem. It does not, like, hold for one set of data and not for another one. Like, it's just a question as to whether or not you can invoke it for this particular model, right? Like, because obviously there are certain questions as to whether or not, you know, you are in a position where you have enough observations to say that, you know, the asymptotic properties hold. Again, my apologies to those of you who are not statisticians. This is not going to make any sense whatsoever. But suffice to say, like, I kind of think that if somebody's claiming that they have a master's in economics, I don't really think that I should be, like, I'm not the one who should be justifying some of this stuff. And like, for me, students' t-test is something that I learned in quite literally my first year class. And I'm totally fine. Like, this is the other thing. This is not an elitist argument. I'm actually fine taking the time to explain this stuff, and I like explaining this stuff. The problem I had was that at the end of all of that, I came prepared, I explained, I went through the math, short of like doing a proof of the central limit theorem. I explained everything that they needed to know about the t-test and why it was specifically appropriate to our situation. And we're talking about pretty much, like, except for the fact that we were not brewing Guinness, it is about as textbook as you can get. Like, it was more or less an application that Gossett had mind when he was doing those, when he formulated those tests. The end result was like, well, you know, I'm just not sure. And I'm like, well, you know, like, what else do you want? Like, do you respond this way when you read academic paper? Do you read academic papers, first of all? But, like, is it just the fact that you don't want to admit that you didn't follow the presentation, or you were never going to be convinced? So, like, eventually I just kind of needed to, like, really dig in my heels and say, no, we are, you know, like, either we're economists or we're not. Either we are convinced by evidence or we're not. You know, I'm not going to have spent this time explaining this stuff and then just deal with my feelings, right? I need an explanation as to why my justification for these assumptions being met, you know, are, you know, either where I've made the error in my reasoning, or, you know, where my explanation was lacking, so that I can patch up the difference. I'm not going to accept an argument by feels at this point, though. So they're Austrian economists, yeah. They're every single all of their textbooks, Milton Friedman, Hayek, not a single equation. And And again, I want to be really clear. I love it when people ask questions. It's the one thing I can do well. I am probably a very indifferent economist in terms of quality, but I think the one thing I can sometimes do is to try, like when we're working on a problem and we've come to a solution, like if somebody's behind, I can probably bring people up to speed. And sometimes you do that like through a programming example. Sometimes you'll do that through the math. Sometimes you just need to say, imagine we're buying a house, and that sort of stuff. But I don't know. It's disappointing though. Like there's a reason why I'm looking for alternatives, because I'm definitely not feeling very well utilized, and it's the reason why I've been going out and finding these other side projects to do. I also really apologize because this has been like an hour of talking. So let's get another battle in. But first, I am going to update a few of my mechs. Okay, so we've got a blue upper on these. Let's back off for a second here. Right, then this was the light, so I'm actually, the funny thing is, it's because it's got a charge. Okay, I actually think this body is gonna do the trick. I do give up some dissipation. Nah, this light body's still better. Oh, but it's because of the heat core. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm going to stick with this one for now. So I guess the question is, how much does this shotgun... Because I definitely feel like I've been doing too much with the shotgun. Or I feel like I've been wasting a lot of heat. Okay, 135 heat generation. That's not nothing. Okay, maybe I'll leave that be for now. These shotguns do not spark joy. It's weird to deal with the lance first. So these Nox legs have a slight improvement over the Elbrus for heat dissipation. So I put a heavy arm on this one for some reason. Oh. I don't feel like I can do better than a stabilizer. No, I can't do better than a stabilizer. Okay, I can work with this. Okay, let's say the lance has been... There might be some efficiencies that I can find, but let's say the lance has been dealt with for now. Let's touch the Sleipnir next, because I think, again, that's going to be a big playmaker. So right now we're on an arrow upper. Okay, standard core versus... Okay, so 2 standard cores. Overall higher integrity, lower mass, slight... Okay, so the one thing I don't like about this is the heat dissipation. That's a function of the capacitor, though. No, hang on. Okay, well, I can definitely get the heat sink in. So what's the difference with the power here? They both have standard cores. Maybe it's the thrusters? Okay, well, I guess the first thing I should do, let's see what happens to the speed when I throw this body on. Okay, so lower, so I think in this case we'll keep with the arrow on this one. I might adjust the cores, but we'll take a look at some other things first. So, should be a pretty good improvement. Okay, so what's the deal here? Oh, it's medium to light, that's why. The mobility subsystem does seem really good. The only thing is that I'm really not comfortable. I'm really not comfortable making the Sleipnir weaker in the legs. I do, like, again, it doesn't have its shield. Although maybe I'll put those legs on the... Ah, hang on. Okay, yeah, I think I know who I'm going to put those legs on. Okay, surely this should be... Yeah, this is all great. Obviously, I need to adjust the livery. I am going to try... So if I do default... Okay, that doesn't work. I'm trying to see if there's a way to just remove the livery. I guess not, so we'll manually apply iridescent violet. I'm going for pure shiny mechs. So we currently have an excellent gyro. I can get a slight improvement by putting the improved hydraulics on, and of course, because it helps with my heat dissipation, that's absolutely how I want to handle it. I think this blast, yeah, this is all basically the same. The fire starter has a slight, well, maybe better concussive damage, but worse overall damage. Close range isn't quite as good, so we'll stick with the blast. And I don't see any reason to move from the assault. Okay, there actually might be a slight reason. So this is a 45 to 66. One thing I do need to keep in mind is the fact that generally I've been using this thing. I do kind of make it stand still. So it's heavier. We get 488. I guess the big problem that I have here is that I'd be standing still for 2.5 seconds as opposed to 139. So generally things would be a lot more stationary. But you know what? I think now is the time for experimentation. So let's actually try the torrent on this one. I really haven't used machine guns before, so I think this will be an education. Then I wanted to mess around with the cores a little bit, seeing as I did get some extra heat dissipation, so... there might be an argument for the overdrive, but probably not right now. Alright. Finally. So it looks like a slight improvement in terms of heat dissipation. I'm pretty sure there's... So, I guess the one thing I could do would be to throw a charge core on this. So what's that going to do to my speed? 6? Yeah, it's not... Like, I'm already pretty slow. I think 6 is a death sentence. Okay, definite improvement on the Nox lower, so that might actually free me up. So an improved gyro. In fact, there's something of an argument. We'll put the hydraulics on it. The gyro is nice. It would be nice to have the extra mass, but in this case, I think the heat dissipation is important. Actually, the heat capacity is more important, but I just don't think I'll get it. Okay. Right arm, left arm. Okay, left arm is the gray, so we did put heavies on it. I don't think there is much... Yeah, again, unless I'm willing to take on additional risk, I think I'm just going to have to accept my fate. And there's no additional items. Okay. So it is an odd lineup, for sure. But I do want to see if I can make things work with the machine gun. Alright, so settlement liberation. A small settlement eliminating any occupying hostile units will free the civilians and increase hope. And here they are. Great timing. Our big bird is about to do another pass. They'll send backup our way, so don't panic and hold out for a minute. So 2 contacts on the field. Reinforcements coming in 3 turns. It's a really close fight. That's going to be interesting. I think I'm going to have to take my Team America approach here. Just demolish all the houses. Okay, first of all, what are we up against? An assault rifle and... Okay. So, I guess the first thing I can say is, like, if I just let her rip at the very start... I guess the thing is that they kind of weave in and out of the beam. Okay, so I'm going to move them to a slightly more advantageous position. If I have a way of getting my my heavy in the way, I'll take it. There's a couple of nice properties of this, right? They're going to shoot into the side of a building. I'm going to just kind of be able to stop and fire at this unit. I guess the one drawback is that they do sort of move into the close area a little early. So maybe I can try moving back a little bit. It's later than I'd normally want to start, but it is actually a pretty good, solid... it's a pretty solid little run. So I suppose the remaining question would be, can I get the... Yeah, not even close. So we're not even going to try. We'll just form a welcoming committee. Actually, you know what? You can make the tank sad. I mean, 200 damage is nothing to sneeze at. Okay, so next question is, where are the attacks coming? Okay, so they're going to be focusing on my heavy beam. In that case, I'll just take advantage of the cover. Obviously, it would be nice if I could do something else, but why not take advantage of the opportunity when it emerges, right? Here we can just unload on the bad guys. Okay. So this is what I get for getting rid of my heat dissipation. Wow. I didn't think we could pull that off. Yeah, we'll bring in the backup just in case. Yeah, no, you're fine. So I suppose the question is going to be where the bad guys are going to show up. Let's get my heavy on a rooftop. Oop. I don't really have any plans on retreating, so I think we're just going to wait out the turn. Decelerating, let's flank and finish them off. Okay. So this is some pretty good information here, because if I can get the beam up and running... Ooh. The welcoming committee. Oh, I'm an idiot. I could have checked that so easily and I didn't. Okay. Can make life a little easier for myself by moving to this side just a bit. I'm totally fine with what's about to happen here. This thing's... Okay, it is packing an autocannon. Technically I haven't taken damage yet, so... I guess there's a way... It's a little passive, but... Alright, again, this is rather embarrassing, but... And of course the expectation here is that we're just going to melt this unit. It's a medium machine gun, so it's kind of, you know, it's sort of equal damage from both sides. But, I don't know, I'm not sure what else to really do with this. That medium machine gun with a full blast, incidentally, is enough to actually take out one of the arms. God, that's a beauty. God, that thing's ridiculous! That just melted the bad guys. Okay, well... I suppose the decent thing to do now is just get out of the way of the beam. I'm gonna try and move my other unit to a spot where it's not doing any more damage either. This thing's gonna be crashing. Hopefully this just finishes it off. Good. We got the eject. Dumbest economist in Canada. Time to move to me. Ah well. I was bad to disappoint you at some point. I'm a little curious what spawned this. Because it doesn't feel like anything... Oh, I bet you it's the fence. That's such an unusual damage pattern, though, right? Oh, we got another one of those here. It's neat. It's just it looks a little it just looks a little funny. Yeah, so I think the lance kind of walking through this. This is like the trail of the picket fence that it left. Okay, you know, that machine gun actually seemed to work pretty well. Oh, the mech wound up destroyed. Oh no, one destroyed mech, one intact. Okay, so this is we might actually use this. It's a rare Astra, so same idea. So I think we're at the point here. Yeah, it's a tough call, right? Because it's a level 2 with plus dissipation. Okay, this is definitely scrap. So if nothing, like this is kind of an ideal situation, right? Where if I want it for the scrap, I can turn it into scrap later. I'm not leaving anything behind. So we're only 49 extra supplies, but we'll probably wind up scrapping a bunch of this stuff. Okay, I am kind of ready to pack it in for tonight. I do want to do at least one more batch with the workshop, though. So let's... Oh, freedom! You have successfully liberated the province, and the people rejoice. The relief is palpable. One of your pilots wanders over to you as you watch the people dance in the streets. I know there's a lot more to do, she says, but shouldn't we celebrate the small victories? She and some of your other pilots would like to celebrate with the people. Now, this is actually a really tough one for me because I am really short on scrap, or on supply. Like, the minus 100 fatigue is really worth it, especially because I've been riding my pilots pretty hard. I think I'm going to join the parade here, though. For the simple reason that our goal on this stream was to get an additional mech, and we're 450 away from it. So we'll get the we'll join the parade. We'll get the repair done. All right. Parades are for pilots only. People in the workshop. Get back to work. So yeah, let's play around a little bit. So first thing I'm going to want to do is compare the two Astras. Okay, so the rare is clearly better. What about the rest of this? So... both of these will get me better integrity. I already made the... yeah, sorry, I've already made this choice. And the right arm, I've already got a Nox medium. Gives me good dissipation and has hydraulics. I definitely don't need the regenerator on it. Yeah, so I'm happy. I'm happy with this mech as it is. Let's take a look at the Thorvald. So again, right now we've been working with lights. However, we've got a Nox upper here. Reduction in power, which we can probably sidestep by putting a stabilizer inside. Now, heat capacity is more important to me than heat dissipation. Do I not have standard cores anymore? Oh, that's bad. I don't know about this. All right, I'm gonna need to think. Yeah, I really hate these stabilizers here. It's all light. Okay, not as much variety as I thought. So, all subsystems. So we can definitely get rid of 2 of these charge. I suppose I've learned my lesson about getting rid of standard cores, so we're gonna leave that be for now. Okay, double minus to dissipation's no good, so we'll scrap that. Right items. So this Astra is not worth it. I'll hang on to the Torrent for a little bit longer. I need to take a second with the Sleipnir or the Lance again, just to. It's the auto. So I'm just kind of going for variety on the shotguns right now in case I want to change it. The fact that we have sort of a long duration on that shotgun is not very desirable, and I might be willing to pull out. So if the time is sufficiently short, I'd be willing to actually switch out a shotgun, because of course if you can get to a certain point where you're doing more damage by just doing 2 shots in the same period of time. I don't think we're there yet, but I'm really struggling to think about when I'm going to need this fire starter. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is just a quick audit, make sure that there aren't any sneaky minuses hiding. Okay, these are higher level upper Noxes, otherwise they'd be gone. 24, 57, 26, 78. Okay, I gotta hang on to it then. Thing is, I want to start scrapping some of this stuff so I can get their delicious cores. You know what? I did already commit to a few decisions here, right? So at most I'm going to need one of... We're going to be drowning in scrap after this. And that should also mean that I finally have some proper cores. Yeah, look at those beauties. All right. I'm going to hang on to these ones for now just because I'm building a new mech. Okay, we've got 137 left. Actually, okay, so this is actually not a bad time to break it. So I guess I never did. Okay, we're done with Phantom Brigade for tonight, but I will tell you a quick story about a book. Because it was something I started talking about on another stream, and I got sidetracked. Actually, it might have been Stellaris that was saying it, but I got a book in the mail today, the Essential Ellison, a 35-year retrospective. I actually requested the 50-year retrospective, but it's that is not an easy book to find, it turns out. So one of the reasons why I had mentioned this was I was talking a little bit about why I like libraries, and I do take advantage of reading on my iPad. I don't do audiobooks so much, and again, I think there's enough gatekeeping in the world that I don't need to contribute to it. I think if audiobooks work for you, you should keep listening to audiobooks. The two big problems for me, which is I tend to have the illusion that I'm better at multitasking than I really am, and so I will usually either be distracted from my task or I'll be distracted from the book, and more often the book loses out. And obviously that is not the reason why I read books. I read books because I want the knowledge that is contained in the book to be contained in me. And so personally, it's one where I tended to notice that I had the impression that I was getting more out of the book than I really was. And so that was just a little bit of discipline I imposed on myself. And as I cannot stress enough, that is a me thing. That is not a general statement about audiobooks. The other factor that really I've noticed for myself is that I reread a lot of stuff. So if there's a sentence that doesn't make sense for me, I go back over it. And I do that less with audiobooks, and I don't think it's because of less comprehension, although certainly a good reader will help. The kind of the tone that they use will maybe make the sentence a little bit clearer than it would be in terms of reading. But because it's at one constant pace, and I might be at a different pace, I tend to prefer printed words, because I'm able to go at my own pace. If there's something that's a little more difficult to understand, I'll take the time and read it over. I guess the best example that I would give would be, I couldn't imagine myself reading a math textbook as an audiobook. I don't think anybody could. And given the fact that I think some of my habits when reading difficult math textbooks are actually good reading habits, I try and preserve those through reading printed stuff. Plus, I also just like being in the habit. Like, I used to like reading, and I still like reading, and so I want to do what I can to make sure that I make the time for reading. But the big thing that I actually have a problem with in terms of e-readers is a very idiosyncratic one, but I think it's a really important one, which is the inefficiency introduced through reading physical books. I really like the fact that, and this is the part that I was talking about either in Stellaris or Phantom Brigade, I really like the fact that when I'm going to a library, I walk by a bunch of different other books with covers, and some of those covers are cool, or some of them have really provocative titles that I want to that I want to read, and I won't even necessarily pick them up, but I'll make a note of them. And in particular, that was a lot of how I first got reinterested in reading, and particularly reading the stuff that eventually led me to university. And even through university, like, I'd be passing through the philosophy section on the way to economics, and there would be a bunch of really interesting things semi-related to the thing I was looking for. And again, one of the big drawbacks about having all of the information at your fingertips is that Google's really good at what it does. It gives you the information you need right away. And some of my favorite stuff that I found has actually been not at all related to what I was looking for. It was purely just coincidence that it was either on a, to be shelved later stack, or it was, just I was walking by and for whatever reason it had a different color than one of the other things. Like, you never know where this stuff comes from, right? So The reason why I really wanted this Essential Ellison was that the way Harlan Ellison's works are divided right now, there'll usually be like the ones that people always talk about, and then there'll be a collection of other things. And one, I don't know if it's necessarily any more economical for me to, like buy those individual books as opposed to get this volume. But what's neat about it is because it's a big collection, and I'll be going through and I'll want to read like I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, which is the same short story that was turned into the adventure game. The adventure game actually has Harlan Ellison's voice in it. Being able to get a book like that, it's huge, it's inconvenient to carry, but it has this nice fact that it's filled with a bunch of other stuff that I didn't want. And so I'm going to be able to crack it open, and I'm like, well, maybe I just don't want to read, this same story over again. Maybe I'll take a look at some of the stuff that he wrote when he was a kid, or maybe I'll read some of the stuff that I've never heard about before. And inevitably you wind up finding maybe a new favorite as a result of that. Hey, Crack Steve, you were here earlier, weren't you? I saw you with your sunglasses emote. Actually, tell you what, because I ranted on that, let's do one more base. I'm already over time. But yeah, anyways, I ordered that book. Again, the 50-year retrospective is really hard to find. The problem is that I ordered the 50-year retrospective and they sent me the 35, and there were significantly cheaper editions of the 35-year retrospective. So I did send a small complaint just saying, is like, I actually like this bookseller and I probably would usually buy from them anyway. I'm just mad that, I put in for a particular ISBN number and like I double checked that it was in fact the thing I was looking for. I had that happen with a Logic book too. So for those of you who've done Logic, Kalish and Montague, there's two editions. There's the first edition and the second edition. I think there's a third author for the second edition. And I made sure that I put the right one on. And it did seem like it was a really inexpensive book. It's why I picked it up. But sure enough, it was the first edition, which is not the one I was looking for. So I think I'm not going to go to that website again. But at least this time, the first time I ordered that retrospective, it was supposed to come on my birthday. And I think they just wanted to see if they could get it in before saying it. So, I wound up with a refund, but no book. I waited like a month for it. Now I got the book. It's the earlier edition, which apparently was 15 years before the one I was looking for. But at the very least, I have some short stories I can read. Base assault. Bases are the most challenging military structures to defeat. Be sure that you're ready before you attack. It's wise to tackle roaming units in the neighboring regions before choosing to assault a base in some cases. You've received intel that units in the space are using brand new technology, regenerative armor. This armor is capable of absorbing damage over and over if left undisturbed for more than a few seconds. It might be worth focusing your fire on one mech at a time to prevent this. So I actually really like that they're including these tutorials. I think with my current experience of this, they are coming too late. I believe I've already run into regenerative armor. I think a lot of the stuff that I've been told about, I've actually already encountered inside of the game. So, and I'm not 100% sure how you fix that. Generally, though, I think this is good. It's nice that they're not cramming every concept into one tutorial right away, because I think people would get bored and overwhelmed if they did. Anyways, we'll suit up. Oh, what am I doing? I should have waited for my other mech to get built. Sorry, my little spider friend is building his web, and he's just really deciding to focus on my mic a whole lot. So I'm just trying to make sure I don't inhale. All right, Pillar 50. Elimination, a reinforced military structure for overseeing the invaders' operations. It's heavily guarded, and attacking it will likely draw the attention of the local patrols. Liberation will be easier if all of the base's units have been eliminated first. Plus, I have some tea left over, so. Getting a negative IFF code. We've got hostiles in range. Engage at will. Reinforcements should be coming soon. 3 enemies on the field. 2 turns until reinforcements. And Good music. By the way, it's good for, like, all of them. Just, I don't know. This is a particularly memorable track. Okay, well, it's really obvious what I gotta do with my beam weapon. Okay, unfortunately, they bump into the... Okay, so we'll just march forward a little bit. That should hopefully solve it for... Nope. I gotta remember I can't, I gotta stay put for future, future attacks. Okay, that's as early as I can make it. Oh, but then they come and shoot me in the back anyway, so... Okay, and it looks like I do kind of tag my ally a little bit, so... Again, I have no indication that my beam's going to blow this thing up, so we're good there. I have nothing to worry about from this tank. Even if it was a cannon, it's shooting through buildings, so I'm going to set up a welcoming committee for... I don't think I'm quite ready to collide. I'd sort of like to, but... I'll try not to be so timid. So again, not huge expectations for this this unit, but it was a chance for me to get a little extra damage in. Okay, cool. Also missed that. Oh, we get 2 for 1. I wasn't sure if that was going to work. You're doing a lot of damage to the shield, is my only complaint right now. Well, maybe not actually. It just looked like it. Man, this machine gun's a lot better than I thought it was. Okay, so this thing's just gonna keep rocking and rolling. I know I'm going to get a little scatter off of this, but probably worth it. Okay, you know what? This thing's not doing anything this turn, so I think my better option... So I'll move back a little bit, we'll wait, and then I think I just need to set myself up to hit whatever kind of my targeted choices. So we've got a shotgun and an assault rifle. I just don't like the amount of time I'm spending moving between all of these things. So while I'd love to be a little more bold in my my actions, oh boy, I've made a situation for myself. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna get a bunch of drift, but it's worth it in the end. Okay, so one thing I can do with Tango is set the shield up to protect... Ooh, that works out pretty nicely, actually. Just not even remotely close to where I need to be. Yeah, great. So the rest of the time is basically spent lobbing shotgun shells at them. Okay, so they lost the shield. Unfortunately, they can still fire. What a persistent bunch. Command won't commit any more drop squads to the site, so let's get this over with. I don't think I'm ready to fire with the beam yet, but if these guys cluster up, that beam is gonna come back with a vengeance. Okay, so pilot's ejecting, and... Oh, they're both ejecting. Okay, so we do get to make a bit of a welcoming committee. With that in mind... So I gotta think about where I can get in a single turn. This puts me in a mildly dangerous position, but I'm gonna do my best. Okay, no jetpacks here, so in this case we just charge straight after them. Similar story with the machine gun. We may wind up taking out this unit, and I do have to go out of my way to make sure I don't wipe them out. So no fire. I am a little mixed in terms of how I feel about that, but I think being able to get the heavy weapon in a good position to open fire is preferable to just sort of winging it. Okay, let's see how they're moving. Yeah, so the best thing would have been if I could just get something right up the middle there. Well, you know, it's not too late. So my alternative would be I try and take something in the back like that. Oh, I don't know. I'm seeing some magic happening. Okay, here's how I'm going to handle this, actually. So I'm going to sit as long as... So basically, as long as this is happening, I'm fine. And I'm actually going to move forward. So let's see what we're up against. We've got a medium machine gun, a shotgun, so I don't need to worry about that. Autocannon, autocannon, autocannon. Alright, the assault rifle is the only one that I'm really worried about. Okay, I think we can handle this. Okay, that building's going to be intact, so I still have that cover. This is going to seem like a weird choice. Oh, no, timing doesn't quite work out. Okay. So I'm going to toss up my shield. Not my favorite choice, but okay. I'm actually going to do it twice over. Well, you know what? Actually, sometimes guarding against the bad guys is enough. So, of course, we're gonna slow it down to see how this turn works out. If I could have made that stick, like if that could have lasted longer, that would have been a thing of beauty. Unfortunately, most of that is only going to be doing like 6 to 18 damage for most of the units. I suspect the guy in the back, though, is going to have a really bad day. Actually, that tank's probably done for, too. God, this game looks great. I genuinely love it when the stuff properly collapses. I know it doesn't always happen, but this in particular is a pretty spectacular little bit of imagery. I'm assuming this kind of stuff is why you watch movies with giant robots and why you play games with giant mechs. Okay, let's watch this guy crash into us. And looking good. It's like it's all distributed, right? So it's not quite as potent as you would think, but it's almost 400 damage in one turn. Great, and we got a crash on this one too. So we are going to have to see what the retaliation looks like. Okay, so for starters, what if I just stand my ground? And let this guy have it. So just shift to the side a little bit so that I can get a good shot. I'm obviously going to need to cool down a little bit with this unit, but that's still not terrible, because I get to position myself for the next turn. And again, it looks like everybody's all up in a big line. Actually, if I just stay put, Yeah, so I've already cooled down by this point. If I direct my attention to this unit, we get another nice, beautiful line. Okay, so with that in mind, this unit's pretty much fresh. So, a couple things I want to do there. So start with shotguns on the tank. Yeah, so sadly I kind of take the autocannon on the chin, which is not nothing, by the way. That thing's 190 damage. So that would be enough to take out one of my arms. So come to think of it, there is an easier solution when it comes to tanks. Bonk. If I'm lucky, it'll actually bang him into the wall here, and then they'll get hit by the beam. I should be so lucky, but great. So other than the fact that I think I wind up colliding with the enemy unit while I'm shooting them, pretty much does everything I need it to. Not quite. Oof, that's even worse. Alright, I'm liking how this turn's looking. The buildings definitely make it a bit of a struggle to see all the action all at once. Okay, that's not good. We didn't actually succeed in smacking into that target. So there's going to be a bunch of damage from the autocannon that a bunch of people take now. I probably could have chosen a more dramatic angle of the building dropping down and then seeing the guy with the huge beam. Still, we're gonna get some nice shots. Okay, so they are gonna get their shots off. I'm hoping that we take them out before. Yeah, there we go. And the autocannon turns out not to have done all that much damage. Okay, so I'm pretty sure the beam's gonna do what the beam's gonna do here. So first thing I want to think about is how I get rid of this meddlesome tank. Maybe take a minute to take a little bit of cover. Although every second kind of counts on this stuff. Okay, so that's not quite the option I thought it was. I wonder if it's possible for me to... No, not even close. Okay, so the best I can hope for really is just to get some early and frequent damage on this enemy unit. I'm gonna hit him in the back too, just to try and get the concuss. This unit's just gonna have to accept a little bit of misery from the handgun. And I think that's, I mean, unless I have any really bright ideas about what I do with the beam after the fact. I'm a little surprised this unit's still standing. Okay, so obviously this unit's going to try and cause some trouble for us. This one clearly won't. So I suppose the remainder is to... Okay, this thing's going to crash out. Well, it's going to be driving. It may not actually... You know, it's still pretty secure. Let's give it just a loving tap with the shotgun. Let's hope I don't... Oh, that does not bode well for my my ally. Okay. Wait, that thing's still up? Cool. Look, it's not the best choice, but it's what I got. Of course, I wasn't expecting there to be a tank in the back here, so that's something useful I can do. Alright, well, they're going to want their revenge, so... Commander of the base is circled around to the perimeter. We're ready to pick the squad up if needed. I don't know the rest because we're not leaving. So obviously this guy doesn't exactly have much of a hope. There's nothing I can do for cover. I'm kind of blowing up any cover, but we should be able to get through it. Behold the work of the Phantom Brigade. Oh god, there's so much So this is in storage. Let's do the same thing we normally do and grab the greens first. So that's not even half. So any level 3 parts? Not really. I'm just trying to think if there's some better ways that I can get a few extra bits. So this is 246. Anything worth more than 3. Yeah, weapons really aren't worth that much, are they? This isn't worth this is not destroyed, so it's worth more. Nothing I can give up for an arm, huh? Well, I guess arms are kind of worth the least. So I can live with this. I'm sure I could probably exercise a little more judgment in terms of saying that there's certain like modifiers that I want, but again, this kind of comes back to what I was saying a little bit earlier about how I feel that I like this looting system quite a bit more, and I generally think I'm making some better decisions in the game with regards to the things that I'm picking up, but it does kind of come at the cost that like, I definitely feel pressured to have a very clear idea of what my builds should be before I go into battle. And look, I'll be honest with you. I suspect the way that most people play games, there's probably going to be a really comprehensive wiki as to like what the best parts are, and that, you know, everybody's going to have their builds, and there might even be people who like make tools to help you pick out like the optimal build for your units and all of that. That's just not the way I play these games. Generally, I like to think of games in terms of trade-offs. So one of the reasons why you'd see me very rarely scrap stuff in the window, one, I think it was a little bit harder. But number two, it was because I always thought it would be better to do a comparison to what I already had, as opposed to, as opposed to just sort of scrapping sight unseen. And I think, you know, it's definitely interesting to me. Like, it's neat that I have restrictions. It's neat that I'm not looting everything. It's particularly interesting that there's absolutely nothing in terms of supplies from doing the battles that I think makes the events more interesting, and I think it makes this definitely a much more meaningful series of decisions. But again, because you're making these decisions with a certain information set, I just kind of wish that I had a little bit more than I do, and I'm just not really sure. Like, it's this weird little gray zone of I'm not entirely convinced that it's I'm not entirely convinced it's at the point where I would want to like keep comprehensive notes of what all my mechs are, and yet I'm also not entirely convinced that like, I don't know, I'd really like to hear why I shouldn't have knowledge of what my current loadouts and what's currently available to me. Like, I get there's an idea of things being overwhelming, but it just feels like there's so much space on the screen, and just not even having the option of seeing what's inside of the inventory kind of feels a bit mean. But yeah, I mean, let's face it, I already put this in the feedback. I don't mean to belabor the point, but Just an example in terms of where I think some of my decisions might leave something to be desired. But I lied to you last time. Now I well and truly am done. You got an extra hour out of me. I realize not all of that was gameplay, but it is July 28th for at least another hour. I'm actually a little behind on stuff now. Let's see if my Anaconda... Oh, yep, still solving the environment. Oh, God, if this is still running on Friday, I'm probably going to have to just do a reset. Anyways, thank you very much for sharing Phantom Brigade with me. I know we didn't do a ton... Like, I feel like in terms of progress, we would... Well, I guess we did liberate the province. When we started the first time around with the game, we would be liberating like one province a session. But I don't know. I'm not on like a deadline. One other thing I'm potentially considering is playing the experimental branch, which is not normally something I do on stream because... I don't know, I feel like if I've been given a key for promotional purposes, like, again, I'm a little more neurotic about this than the developers are. I've never really get told what to say. But my usual feeling is that if I do the experimental versions, unless they have a fix for something that is, like, specific to streaming, I tend not to like doing the stuff that's still in progress just because, like, I generally assume that the experimental builds are a little more prone to bugs, and the last thing I want to do is turn someone off of a really good game like Phantom Brigade because I'm complaining about a bug that I've imposed on myself by playing the experimental branch. But especially if you're interested in seeing that sort of stuff, let me know, because I, like, as a fan of this game, would really like to see some of the early material, and I suspect there might be some value in, like, providing that sort of feedback. I'm obviously familiar with the game now, and being able to kind of get a different perspective on the game or see some of the stuff early on might actually be a really fun way of playing the game. So maybe I'm just operating on a bad set of assumptions for that. One way or the other, that's it for now. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we're not due for Industries of Titan patch. I believe that's not next week, but the week following. No, hang on. No, it might be Industries of Titan next week, actually. I'm gonna have to double check that. If there's a new Industries of Titan patch, we will put Phantom Brigade on the shelf for a little while. I do actually really like the fact that Phantom Brigade doesn't has a little more compatibility between its patches, because it feels a little easier to kind of put on the shelf and take off. But the usual habits to play the game that's got the most recent patch, and we run with that. But overall, if this is goodbye to Phantom Brigade for a couple weeks, I'm really enjoying update number 8, and I hope if you have not picked up this game, either you enjoy it in its current form or wait for the Steam release. If you are waiting for the Steam release, you can wishlist it. And as for me, I am going to be back on Friday for more Wolfenstein the New Colossus. That's going to be Friday at or around 7 o'clock. Please keep in mind I can have that 1 hour window, and that on Fridays I tend to be a little bit later. And if you're here for the strategy stuff, normally Monday would be when I do Stellaris. It is a holiday in Canada, and I would really love a chance to catch up on some of the stuff that I've been wanting to do, so I'm most likely going to take that day for myself. But we are going to be back for strategy on Wednesday, either with Industries of Titan or Phantom Brigade. And then, yeah, as always, Twitter's probably the best place for me to say what's going on. Let's see what's going on Twitch. I probably, while I was telling you all my plans, I should have taken the time to see what's going on. Oh, there's still a few of you around. Cool. Okay, looks like there are no looks like there's no Phantom Brigade streamers right now, but there is IntelliGame. So So I don't know if it's Intelligame Us or Intelligame US. I believe his name is Josh. It's actually a streamer that I found through Victoria Tran, formerly of KitFox, and now probably better known as the not just community manager, but just overall Renaissance woman for Among Us. But I don't know. I definitely think Intelligame is it's an interesting channel, and I think they first of all incredibly kind to me. But I don't always get a chance to host them, so I'm going to take the chance to do that now. I hope you enjoy it. They're currently playing Golden Sun, and no doubt we'll be having a fairly in-depth conversation with their chat. As for me, I will see you all either Friday or in a week's time. Have a good one.